Thank you, I call this number 𝐻100 of 2024. Services Imanuwela to others. This matter was adjourned today.
Sir, please, you must not be close to the case. Remove that light there. Don't be such close to the case. You are disturbing me. Move away, please. Yes.
Yes, the matter is before court today on the 3rd of June 2026. Further down, we disturb Mr. Nacho, Mr. Nadal, still for number 1, Mr. for 2 and 3. This matter was adjourned today, but number 1 was given the consent after there was a request that certain information be retrieved from archive number 1 cell phone, which was in possession of the investigative officer. The said cell phone was referred to a technician and certain downloads were made and ended to counsel for archive number 1. However, it appears that they couldn't reach to some information that may still be of assistance in their case. Nevertheless, the defense is undertaken to proceed with the evidence in chief to the point where they will done with all other aspects except that one, and that cross-examination will proceed and they can provisionally close the case so that they can deal with that aspect once they have access to the information that is on the cell phone. So at the moment, all parties are able to proceed.
Wali pena elalapa nolokuka kongo moyelele o wali ahalika mongodi oshone oshwede kucha wachishosho eningolo la ningwapa loka kongo yelele o mongodi o yelele natango ina umonika oshone itakuduru okundulila komesho okotutelele o yelele o ahalika ashikondwede kucha hatuka tukilana shimwe manga zatelela oyelele okwali wahalika omonike mongodi oshone hatuka inzila onundilwa tekeuya le ya afulwe yetanyamukula osho shakambako obo oshibofashe information.
The court decision here is to be correct what my colleague has just from the court. The difficulty was with the facial recognition, that is part of the security system of the cell phone, which the accused was using at the time. So we have deliberation stayed and my colleagues for case number 2 and 3 that we proceed with the examination in chief up until we shall have done, and we close provisionally pending the retrieval of the information from that cell phone. So today we will proceed with the accused. May I have mentioned before?
Yes. 2, 3, you sit down.
First name Imanuwela, last name David.
You have an objection, taking it to start.
Penalty as
We consider the vote to go binding approach.
Otoka oshishi kucha ombali otoka nja oshile utauji koshio mtima wetu. Yes.
May you swear that evidence shall give shall be the truth, nothing else but the truth.
Otodulogwana
Praise
kucha
of the right and then sensuality.
ombali otwanja oshili no oshili elela itokapo pipupulu nongengo shongaho yelulekelo ndetoti kalonga watelenge. So help me God.
Thank you. You may sit down.
Otodulogwana mtumba.
Just before we go far, you remember that there were two witnesses which were called, Mr. Bakalo and Mr. 𝐬𝐮𝐻𝐿𝐫𝐿𝐵.
Otodimbuka kucha okwali pena imbangi ziri mbali tukalira vanhu vamadhina watunduwa potakalo nangishipo. Yes, I remember.
And this witness's testimony was they were declared hostile, meaning that they were not favorable to the state.
And nembange lidiri mbali omumbange abakayanja kakwali atambulwako konkane lipo webeta omulwako chakabwatapo byoshiri.
You remember that?
Otodimbuka. Yes, I do.
Now the state had to, or rather, had the statement read by the investigative.
Shambwa ngenge otaikaleshwa eshi shapopiwa manenge sharumbiwa.
So I'm just going to give you the statement. First one will be that of Will Takalo.
Ohandike kupa statement ashotete oshawila takalo.
You can read it.
Oholesha musi. Yes.
I'd like to give you the statement.
Ohandike kupa statement dai.
If you can, I'll read it to you.
Ngengo tashiva ohandike chikuleshela.
So are you reading the whole contents?
No, I'm not going about directing. I will direct. There were some differences between what the state says differences from the statement written or taken down by the investigating officer and the testimony by the two witnesses. Now we're starting with Mr. Bakalo's statement. I'm going to read to you from paragraph 4 of that statement.
Okwali pena oipotuwa yibali oyo inaitwa fani. Ombapila aleshi ya shangwa ndenashi ominu eshe ya kukobya na shirifa. Eshi shirimobapila na shitatongwa konu na shirifa. Oshone ohandike kuleshela konshangwa omukinogo.
And paragraph 5.
No shangwa onana.
It reads as follows. I have known a person by the name of David since approximately 2017 as he was employed as a security guard for a company called SSG, and they would secure the mines in and around Burgersport. The security were staying in a guest house in the 𝐬𝐻𝐿𝐫𝐞. I knew David as my guy, in brackets my guy, and I have his contact number as number 082-5. During February 2020, I was attending the car show that was being presented in Bela Bela. This car show is presented every year during the first week of February, and I attended with my friends every year. I can remember that my guy had called me prior to the car show and inquired whether I can assist with transportation on the car show when as he will be in Bela Bela and needed transport. I agreed and told him that he can call me when he arrives in 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐫𝐞, I will provide transport.
Otakuti wanoko mumbatila mashangwa kucha mondo mayo ya bali olongo na yali ye okwa atami bokushiba olumenwe dina Imanuwela David echikwali halongo moilonga yo security ko SSG ndele yo kwali haji mo guest house olbo wa home bo bakala ni habalongere ko mini nde okujabo otwakala kwelishiba baninga okaume ohayi dimbuluka mundo 2020 oshikeshotete sha February oshingwani masho shokulikedwa washikalata shiningwa eshe kodula oshone ondaya koneloyo inapela ndele kaume kange adengelange kucha ndeks handulu ndingwa fele otuwa oko ndikemfindikile.
Alright. In the statement, the witness, Mr. Takalo, told this court that you only informed him about transportation on the day when you met in 𝐬𝐿𝐵𝐿. You recall that?
Monshangwa olumeno webinatakalo okwakuta kucha ye ochilimwani macho shokumwindilo tuwa yokweshishibeke ekikolo echimwashakena naye 𝐬𝐿𝐵𝐿 toshidimo. Yes, I do.
Can you clarify that point? The sort of arrangement that you had with Mr. Takalo?
Otodumbela ukuvila kokucha oshenda ngepi nenge umakunda kana ngepi shinakonasha notuwa ekikolo echiwashakena natakalo. I remember on Saturday, on the same week of the car show, I asked Mr. Takalo, because we were having a battery issue with the car that we were using, then I requested him if he can take my two friends to Fengel.
It wasn't before. Okay, that Saturday, was it the Saturday of the show or before the show in 𝐬𝐿𝐵𝐿?
Olo makayalo okwali ekikolo letu watakilikuwa hilo etu watakaulikuwa kumi mayolo makaya.
On Saturday it was quite mostly just fun because we need to going to the showcases on Sunday.
On Saturday, it was only like people who were only having fun, like spinning cars and something like that. But the main event of a car show, it happens on Sunday.
All right. Then this is where you discuss the issue. Is it the time that you discuss the issue of transportation?
Ololo efiku nenge fimweli kwa litambobe domingile oto.
Ya shindalepo pokasho kwa mwanzo chakataka na mo kile kasho na kwa yake since you are going to show no things very well in the passing things here
Yes, we actually met around that time while people were busy spinning, the event was starting, and then I noticed that he was around. Then I went to him and asked that you are also here, and he said that yes, I'm here. And that's when I then talked to him, asking him that if he can help us with the transport to take my two friends at Phala.
Paragraph 8, he continued, he says, let me start on 7. On the Saturday in the evening around 8 o'clock, I met with my guy at the garage in Phala Phala next to McDonald's, and he was with 2 other black maids. I know they were all Ovambos, as my guy is an Ovambo, and they were all speaking in their language. I was never introduced to the other guys, and I never got to know their names. Paragraph 8.
Watukira tapobikucha efiborono makaya olelechali oketapu otwashakena pondeloya kundirwa modoropa lele shindashake hapo nakaumekandi yokwali elipamwe noko umevayelenga vali ovalauli ende ovalumeno kuti vavali kwali navo vakwanyama ngasokwaitako kumela kalavo ame ye inakalongwelange omadzina avo nenge ashirifenge omadzina avo.
Right, paragraph 8. My guy directed me to a farm area about 20 to 30 kilometers outside Phala Phala. My guy took me to a small settlement where Namibian people stay. I later got to know that the place is called Procedural.
Oni maevimbo kaumekandi kwakaulikilange kucha watu iponele imwe oyo otobula okushinga po kilomita 23 okuja modoropa oni mevimbo eswakafikako ndakauda kucha onelo oyo ofengergram nemonelomo onelomo pena obanu obo obanamizi.
Now this was one of the problems that caused them to be declared hostile. Can you clarify this issue? Maybe going to this village called Vengerkara on that night, on Saturday night.
Oshimashi oshoshevanigiva kuchomba kuwavo wanywe nenge uhatamburweko nenalio kototilo kutukushirako kumela utupe uyelele kucha oshike shaningwapo nana esigolololo makati oshike shaenda olwendo lwali kulingei.
Saturday, I'm here now, and we just went to the full assistance. Later, I think it was a net of control. The political source of the same
on the day, which was Saturday, myself, I did not go the witness, these other 2 guys. What happened is that I requested the transport to Mr. Takalo to take these 2 people, friend of mine, to Venograph. What happened was that we only communicated through the phone, and then we gave him the phone for one of the person who was at Venograph, where he can drop off the people that he was taking to Venograph.
Who was this person?
Ole ono atekela wali kofaramba akaroban.
But here, I think one, I think that's for communication issue, and 2, making the accused number 3.
On that day, I called 2 people. The first person that I called, it was Cyril, in connection of the accommodation for 2 of my friends. And the third person, the second person that I called, it was the accused number 3.
Were they going to accused number 3 or to the person called Cyril?
Vayaku kolundilwa ondi tatu ilo vayaku sie.
No, since here in Tatola Bombodia, I then called accused number 3 because Tadro Kubatra was here.
The reason for me to call the accused number 3, it was that when I was calling 𝐶𝐿, he was not picking his call. And then I called the accused number 3 to take the 2 friends of mine to 𝐶𝐿 since he's familiar with the place.
Right. Then paragraph 9, on Sunday the 9th February, I was called by a guy who said that I must come collect them as they wanted to go to Johannesburg. Late in the evening, around 10 o'clock, I drove back to Procedural, and along the dead road towards America, I found the three walking with 2 bags. It was one large sport bag and a backpack. We negotiated that they will give me 5,000 rand for the trip to Johannesburg.
Watwikirata kopi kucha ifiguraka landurako musondaha konguleshi novilo ya tumbulwapo okwakadengero kucha naye kofemutrali okwakatalombani opevatwalako 𝐬𝐻𝐫𝐿𝐵𝐿 oshoneshi kwalita shingeli monjila ukakofemutrali okwashake na novalume mbeli batatu okwalile bene njatu ndele tevalondeke ashike vova utafana ashinakona shani mali wakutotampengi ngapi opondi mtwaleko 𝐬𝐻𝐫𝐿 ndele udafano loshimali washofuto okwale nayo vyeli atano.
Okay. The question raised in this with regard to this paragraph was that this Willie, or rather someone else took you to Procedural on Saturday, and then you were there on Saturday, and then that's why you called on Sunday. So can you clarify that point?
Epulweli lakajamu koshikopi washo odili apakucha oshikopi washayo okwali ye okwayana bemolo makaya ndete kufiye kofemutrali shosho wakaningirongenda baro yokundengera musondaha oko ekendale shasho wangi kwanale uli kofemutrali otodurumero kuti kufirako koshiningwa ni masho
ngachikenda kubya ndacho on Saturday aminadia na I'm request for the Phala Robbery in the years on the following day until then which are Kapumbo assistance Kapumbo to proceed the last time they so on Saturday
like I stated earlier that on that main day, which is Saturday, myself, I did not go with Mr. Takalo to Procedural. I only asked for his assistant. And yes, I did also ask for his assistant on Sunday for him to come and take us to Joburg.
All right. What time was it when you called the person of wheat?
Ovidio yali ongapi eshiwadengera wila Takalo.
Saturday or you don't
The time in question, is it the time on Saturday or on Sunday?
On Sunday, what time did you call him?
Mosonda hawundengera kongapi.
if not mistaken, around 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock.
If I'm not mistaken, it can be around 8 or 9 late at the evening.
I just wanted to go also to the statement of Thomas.
Handingire natango tukatale mu statement ya Thomas.
Now I'm just going to concentrate on paragraph 6.
O handika poteke unene oshango nti habanoko.
In paragraph 6, Thomas the statement was taken as follows. There were many people at the Ventura, and Emanuwela was drinking wine with his friends. I saw Emanuela talking to a person driving a white Toyota Avanza. I do not know who he is, but this Avanza has a roof rack with a storage box on top.
Thomas okwakopya mubapira edati efikolo eshi mwaliko kwa ventura ye okwekumona tonu owaina nokwali muno bantu bapo okwokonelo komwali ndele yokwekumona tokopi nolumeno okwali tashingi wabanza itoka nde yekakwali eshi kuja olumeno owoye ashike owabanza itoka okwali na oshima eshiashikala kombata hanturu maloto.
At Aventura Resort, I did not drink, and David did not drink. Emanuela was with many other people drinking. At a later stage, David said we could go as he has money.
Wakopya kucha eshitwalimo Aventura ame na David kakwali atunu ashike Emanuela okwali tabanu pamwe no banu obo bali pamwe nabo ndeko nyuma yefimbo David akacha na tujepo tuye shashipe ife ondina okuna oshimaliwo.
I then took David, Emanuela, and his two friends, and we went to the Shell garage where David swapped his car and paid for 250 rand petrol.
Ye okwatwikira takopi kucha otwajako ame o David o Emanuela ndatuipo Shell garage nde David tasoipano kakarata kae imaliwa omafera bali nano atnifa omaholi mozu.
We all went to Fingerguard and I dropped Emanuela and his friends near the school. I dropped David at his house and I then went home.
Leokwati otwaya ko Fingerguard nde andihelula Emanuela noka umebaye pope pinofikola nde andika helula David ke umolafu amene kujapo onda yake umu.
It seems to suggest on this statement that we accepted that Thomas took the four of you to Procedural. On the other hand, it seems as if Mr. Takaro took you as well to Procedural. Which one is the question that we can clarify?
Oshimane shishili hapo shilunga hakucha monshangwao wa Thomas otahulike kucha umwaja modoro pamuvambata muli bani tamiko Fingerguard mulina Thomas nde monshangwa wa Mr. Takalo otati yoye twala ku Fingerguard pamwe noka umeboye beife ngaha natulandule po ombangi ouli woshi ouli people mbela obanu bobeli babali chachikesho omotati okwaya pamwe nabe fikulo ko Fingerguard.
Oshoja Thomas acho. O garagem aí tem que pôr a minha garagem. Thomas o garagem é um pouco acho treated and then a storita podio ko yo kenga shen drop of relationship.
The statement of Thomas is not true. I do recall that I met with Thomas at the car shop. We greeted and then we departed. For him to say that I went with him to the garage and then later on we proceed to go to Fingerguard, that is not how it happened.
How did it happen?
Oshike shani wapo.
No, kashake leke we greeted and then parted with my friends. And then yeah, like normal conversation and then yeah, later at a tipo time and then we set up a show.
What happened is that we only greeted each other, myself and Thomas and my friend, and later on Thomas went out with his friends, and myself I remained with my friends as well.
Alright. You said something about phoning David. Mr. Takal, when he was asked to give a description of the David that he met, he gave a different description. He said, this person was Paul, not the one before Paul.
Wabobya kucha wadengera kwali David ndele onlumeno ne Mr. Takalo esheke ya munde tapulwa kucha onlumeno wakashakana naye kwenye chuwa twarobani David wadengerwa otodurumero okundimbuluka ndeyo kwati David wakashakana naye kufarama hayo weliomu ndo David umweli konle.
Oshamile 𝐬𝐮𝐻𝐿 different because on the regular mode the case number 3 you are very fair Takara coming especially.
That one I don't know how to say or to go about it. As the person that I called on that day, it was David, the accused number 3. And then when Mr. Takalo came here and said that he was not the one, I honestly don't know about that.
All right. So, what is contained in the statement you do not agree with?
Oshala kucha omombano statement that is true.
All right. I just want to take you a little bit back to, you remember when we had the financial statement, what should it be the ended-in report by the financial analyst? In this case, it's MCN 11-2. On the extract of Emmanuel David, trading as David Restaurant, FNB Code Business Account, MCN 11, I don't know how they pronounce them, 11-2. Their financial needs report. I don't know which exhibit is it. I didn't mark it on mine. Not mark it. That means the financial analyst. Exhibit Z.
That means
Yes, Z. When you were testifying, I just need you to clarify me that you said on the first transaction of the 17th of, I'll give you the copy. There's a transaction on the 17th of March 2020. The first transaction on top.
Opena oshimali wachita chiliboko mumapigolo nomona yali mwedonditatu ondo 2020.
You see it?
Oh, you were? Yes, I did.
It's a transaction of 1 million, and during the examination in chief, you said something about it was for the purchase of an excavator.
Oshimali washo oshiri actually tokulwa omakolo owapopya oshiningwa limakuja oshimali wacho okwali shokulanda 𝐬𝐻𝐫𝐸𝐻𝐿. That's true.
Your worship, and the copy of the so-called invoice are already given to my colleagues for the court. Your worship, I give it to the accused to explain, and the court will be given a copy. If the state has an objection, they will say it. What can you say about that document?
Document in there Kombapila.
Kombapila is a quotation where I have an anchor. There's more construction
on this proof, I can say that my uncle, who is a businessman, based in construction, who goes by the name Ipanda Andreas.
Ipanda or Ipana?
Ipanda.
Andreas.
Yes.
So, Uncle Lou and assist in some of their neighborhood, let's say, most granted asking for my input and let's say, business decision or good and then on this, for invoice, it was a agreement that and then I have agreed to get in between, which okay, Imanuwela and I took for me to do this and that, but on his instruction that I will which okay, Imanuwela should
In this invoice, it was sort of like a business deal between Mr. 𝐬𝐻𝐫𝐸𝐻𝐿 and my uncle. Normally, what happens is that I do help my uncle in terms of like his business. If he has some proposal or something like that, he always comes to me for some input, ideas and suggestions, something like that. Now what happened is that then the money was deposited and then he said that, okay, now you are going to handle this money while I'm going to do this and that.
While he's going to?
But what I'm trying to say is, Uncle he's in the construction business, and then most of the time, then let's say, and whatever financial decision out of he would come to me to say, okay, nephew, what do you think about this? And I'm like, it's a good idea, look at it, it's a good idea. So, what happened even now, a transaction between him and 𝐬𝐻𝐿, the Tarongo was okay, Oshimaruwa should dollars and GlobalGiving.
Oh, actually what happened was that my uncle and Mr. 𝐿𝐻𝐿, they were having some business transactions. And then, instead of Mr. 𝐿𝐻𝐿 to pay directly to my uncle, he paid it into my account. While I'm waiting for my uncle to come to me and say that what am I going to do with the money.
All right. What was it for?
The money was to buy the excavate.
Now, this thing is dated 28 November 2019. Is this the time when this was requested?
imali wayo oya tuwa kuma kodro mbali na hetato mwezi wa November 2019 olo efimbo nenge fiko lolo shingwa ni masho kwa lita shini
The whole agreement Mulimbo is around 2019 years, and then the transaction yokufuta so Mulimbo agreement kutanga the first 1 million that they put inherit the card up to 250, 300,000,
The agreement was that for the first deposit, 𝐿𝐮𝐿𝐵 must deposit a 1 million, and then later on he will then pay it in installment, whereby sometimes he used to pay 250,000 or 300 until he completed the ending balance.
Worship, if there's no objection, the invoice will be accepted as exhibit.
So any objection?
No objection.
I have an objection. I have an objection that it not be in as exhibit. Its authenticity cannot be proved and it's irrelevant. When above that, we just look at it's supposed to be an invoice from a company. There's no company number. There's no even name of it. So it's a document that one can generate it.
Is the
As a copy of the worship, it might be so that it doesn't have a name of the person. However, it is a bill drafted from a different country, not from South Africa. I don't know how they do things. So worship, it is at this point in time, it is from a company, yes, from this individual to do the transaction, 𝐟𝐸𝐵𝐿𝐻𝐿. So worship, we have reviewed that and the submission, and they also requesting the court to accept it, and that this is the only thing that the accused could get as we're trying everything, we're trying to take everything, is in custody, cannot, it's not that the leverage the state has to do things in time, it's in custody. So we, with authenticity, for what we have at our strength, for me and for the accused, it's what is authentic, it's what we could get. It was not generated, it's something that we could get from the old documents. So,
is it a copy?
we had to get a copy.
So the authenticity thereof.
How
do you prove?
The accused himself is the one who received it. So I rely on him. I rely on what is given to me. So it is what relates to the transaction that you mentioned.
Yes.
Otakutuwane ongarekifofa okwanya kutombangyo inamdamulwando inaulobiswa omurakuja ombabilapo kapena chambagita ulike kucha okamkani namboyeri oshindwa limasho chaningwa shiri nachiningwa shiri napamoshimeke shakozara nandokule oshone ongarelipo wonilwa otentotati boka fimbo papa ishi tulinatu yofika hapa itatutulu okuyanya ombangi owota ulike kucha o invoice oyo yoshiri ongasho lundilwa okulimema katunanye tunokuya kukakongo mumbangi owahalika umolwa kucha ombangi owo ulikota ulike kucha shiri olundilwa okunumbangi wokucha oshimaliwa eshikwalishe yako okwalishililepo shike noshandya peni nokwalitashilando shiri.
That is what it says.
Is that the,
That is what
there is no original copy, it's just a copy that you
that's the copy that you could get on email. That's a copy you could get on email.
nothing else.
There's nothing else.
Does it reflect the email?
It doesn't reflect the email, the ownership on it.
What do you mean it's a copy?
No, it was sent to me by email. It was an attachment in PDF. It that it should reflect in the PDF.
Sent by whom?
From Namibia, from Ms. Ipanda Andreas.
Who?
From Ipanda Andreas.
Are you going to call him?
Unfortunately, I'll get instruction from the case if we possible to get it.
I'm just asking.
Maybe accepted provisionally and we'll see if we can.
I'm just asking.
Oh,
Oh, provisional.
maybe accepted provisionally.
Any objection to provisional?
Provisionally, maybe.
Provisional accepted.
No, for that.
So that is exhibit.
Z. M.
We are
Oh, there's a one.
we are on A, B, B, C, C.
I think
C, C.
we have EE already.
We have E already. Yeah, we have D already.
And EE we have already.
So we are F. Provisional.
Provisionally accepted.
F. Provisional.
Provisional accepted.
Yes.
Okay, now should we still have to, while waiting for,
Provisional.
while waiting for the, I want to provide the cell phone for the facial recognition and the other documents. For now, we're closing provisionally. And at a later stage, we'll reopen for only that part.
Tulipo twatelela omumbangi otakakongiwa nyongozi oliwete kucha twatambulako omumbangi owetu akawo kucha oshimaliwo sha Japani nokwali shashike ngashito shipopya apa.
Yes, I should deal with the matter after we received the information that we
Ochono hatukapikila natango nashikwaongenge twamono omuyelele o twatelela.
Okay. President.
Please don't watch it.
So you testified that you are known to accuse 2 and 3, whom you regard as family friends.
Oanja omumbangi wokucha onondiro mtsibalino ntitatu obashi obantu obo obashirikire. That's true.
And for how long estimate have you been known to them for a period of at least how many years at least prior to 2020 have you been known to them?
Ove webashibambela efimbo lifike peni manga inamfika mundowo o 2020. The accused number 2 and accused number 3, I've known them ever since they were born. I can say that more than 30, 20 years.
And as family friends, I believe you have also had communication with them either telephonically or otherwise prior to the 2020 incident, is that so?
Kucha mbolingenge nyemwelishiva idurati fikopo opena efimbolo hamulipengele nengeta mkopi manga oshilingwani mashosho 2020 na sholo. That is true.
And prior to 2020, have you yourself at any stage left Fender Club perhaps to live somewhere else?
Manga ondo 2020 inaufika oro wakaja mufeneral tokakala mtu boneleni.
Phala Robbery officially the German moved out when my father passed away.
Myself, I moved out from Fengerkral officially after my father's passing.
When was that?
This is my father passed away in 98, and then by then prior in between, I moved out from 98 to Rustenburg, but we had to know Phala. I had my friends of Phala. Every now and then I lived over of Phala. At any given time, their friends that I came out over there, so moving out officially, I remember, and then but from that time, I come on over of Phala.
We moved out, it was in the year 1998, but then we have a house at Fengerkral, which makes it possible for me to come back and visit the place with my friends at any given time, or the opportunity that I have to come and visit my friends and some of the relatives at Fengerkral.
And then correct to say, or maybe clarify on this one, to say after you moved out or you left Federal, have you maintained contact there with accused 2 and 3, or there was a time that you were not in contact with them?
Remember, relationship has been like this 2 and 3. That started with the parents before me and the relationship. So, to answer your question, of course, our relationship is active communication. I would say from the age of maybe 25, 26. But prior to that, our parents had a good relationship. And then they started to look, of course, now we kind of close.
To answer your question, is that we used to communicate as our friendship did not only just start with us, it started way back with our parents, and then we later on also adopt the same manners for us to communicate. Even when I was 25, 26 years, we continue to communicate as friends as we grew up together.
And with whom did you communicate more frequently between the two, accused 2 and 3?
I would say both.
I would say both of them.
And how often would you communicate with them? Either.
You don't know who should explain how can't be done, but I do what we do like maybe, I would say maybe 3 times a month, 4 times a month.
I cannot actually say specifically or the way that I can explain it, that how often do we communicate between us. I can say that maybe we can talk like 4 times in a month or so.
least what about will you talk?
Luhapungenge dambo ampoki chinakona chana chikengenge napamutondimburwa kuti chimakala ampoki chinakona chana chikeno ngenge napamutondibuluka ochiwepo ngenge toti aya kupopinge chonimbalushono
Luapu, our communications, it revolves about what is happening within the community. Yeah, like I mentioned the other day, which is it's more about which are that when they get to go far and then conversate just basic stuff which are okay.
Most of the time when we are communicating, we mostly just talk about things, the happenings in the surrounding place. For example, if there is someone who's getting married, is marrying who, or somebody has passed away, or somebody is sick, just something in general, just to inform each other about the happenings of the place.
And sometimes it's just a normal picture, I'm just checking. Accused number 3, Natango Penasha, there are those things that are the guidelines with regard to the job that he's doing as security okay. And how does it belong at one of my friends says, say, okay, do this so those are the
and most of the time we just call and greet each other and see how someone is referring to. And most of the time, the accused number 3, if there are some job opportunities, then I can call him and say that, you know what, they are a certain company, they are looking for a person. If you don't have this certain document, can you please go and apply for this document so that it will be easy for you to apply in this job or in this company. Most of the time it's like advising him on which documents it's necessary for him to be employed in some of the companies.
Now, of importance at this stage now, I don't know if you remember. If you don't remember, you just indicate the court. There are phone numbers that are being presented before court, which are said to be associated with either accused 2 or accused 3. Now, the question that I want to know is, would you, by any chance, maybe remember if you are to be read, or the number is to be read to you? Will you remember if that is the number you were using to contact them, or you will remember? Understanding that is sometime.
Otoka nyamukule kinge koshima sho oneshivo nasho. Genge kuneshivo nasho nitoduluka inashwa bara ushinyamukule. Opena enomora dirine edide dwa komeshosho yoyo file. Yakutuwa kucha nambado dirine odo datengela olundiro ntibale na olundiro ntitatu. Ngenge enomora do dirine ndeta dipewa nenge to dileshe otodu mbero kudimburuka kucha enomora do odole nengo kwa ndadiro kwa kuye efimbolo.
I had 2 cell phones and I cannot remember all the number that I dialed in those
I have 2 phones, and as such I will not remember which numbers did I dial to make the calls.
Can I take it that you dialing the number, you were not dialing them individually, you were dialing from a saved number, or how you call it? Maybe you can explain that so that we understand.
Ngenge otashishiva utukufireko. Ochala kucha esho kwa liko todengi, ngenge todengi. Eno mora doka kwa limo mbodio yewe nishamba wewe seibambo. Okwali to denge ngenge wala nambe onambayo pokafika kokotodenge mari yodisaiva ilo okwali wodengedo nongalo ulingali.
Obviously, I can call a specific person to run a man. It's not necessary to say you're just dialing.
There are some numbers which I saved in my phone, and some of the number I can only ask a person to give me the number of a certain person that I want to call. Then they can give me the number and I can dial it in my phone and make a phone call. But then after that, there is a possibility that I cannot save that number in my phone.
Specifically with accused 2 and 3, did you save them in your phone, either of the phone, that you will dial the name on the phone, or you will have to dial this, to punch in the specific numbers for this specific phone? How will you do it?
Omuntu lonzibali nomuntu ontitatu ekiwakalo batengere enabalabo owekiseiva bino majinabo bilongebido batengere okufa enomoradako obetolongiva toditengere mongobitolenge. The accused number 2 and 3, I do have their cell phone numbers saved in my phone.
Now, you also remember if accused, because there are 2 numbers which are said to be associated with accused 2. Do you know if she had 2 numbers, or you know one of the number, or you would know?
Olunzilwa onzibali odakutiwa okuna engodi mbali edihaloni. Engodi odakisebili mbali tonunzilwa onzibali okudishi ilona pamweshi mwemwali. Myself, I only knew 1 number.
There is evidence before court, which then came in the form of a report, but the analyst also came and testified before court. You would have heard it, in which evidence is said that between the period of the 15th of January 2020 and 2 March 2020, there were about 9 calls or messages exchanged between your phone and accused 2's phone. Between the 15th of January 2020 and 2 March 2020, there were about 9 calls or messages exchanged. Do you remember that?
Otodimbuluka ogena ombandi ulikomesho yoka dayulike kucha ogena ongoti oyo yakatengera olunjirwa omutibali endeni ongoti oyo oyatandika okutengera olunjirwa omutibali kutandika omatigonomo n'adama January 2020 yomatiko lyabali ya March 2020 nde edengolo nenge ekwatafano okati kengodi lolunjirwa omutibali olaningi kando ili omwoyo otoshidimbuka. Yes, I do.
What do you remember hearing the evidence, but then was there indeed that communication you could remember?
Otodimbuluka wauda oshikopiwa chotashikopiwa tashiyanjole ngombango uyangi ove nabe ngove mwene otodimbuluka wadengela olunjilwa omutibali mule omafiko. No, I cannot remember, and I do not call her.
You wouldn't remember.
I did not call her.
And although you indicated that you wouldn't remember the numbers because they were saved, but this was said to be coming from one of the numbers associated with accused 2. So you don't remember anything in the period.
No, I did not make that call.
There's again evidence that there were about 80 calls or messages exchanged between your number and another number that's associated with the accused 2 between 5 February and 2 March.
Utakutiwa na tango opena ono mara imwitibali yolunzilwa mtibali wadengera okutamika muna kukwele ngoya February yo mapekwele abali amachi nde edengolo nenge kwatafanuko kati kongo dyoyo itibali yolunzilwa mtibali ola nyingi kando ifike kwa miongo dili hetatu. Otakutiwa onomora itibali yolunzilwa ontibali okutamika momwe dontibali mabigoyo moyo oweyitengela ikando uliyo 30 nenge wendumile message. I did not call her or send messages to her.
Now the other piece of evidence is that there were about 49 calls or messages exchanged between your number and accused 3's number between the period 1st January 2020 and 13th February 2020, without specifying which day exactly, but giving that period to say it was between 1st January 2020 and 13th February 2020. Do you remember it was made about those calls or him calling you or messages exchanged between the two?
Utamike February 2020 yokafika longo data February 2020. Okati kongo ndio leno ngodepa telo kwa konsulwa ontidatu. Omwelidengela omakopya ikando ifike kwa milongo neno moyo otajimbuluka tampo bino lundiro ontidatu mongo mafiko na pamwe kudengela ilo lwendengela.
I think number 3 took off more often. It's kind of jingabi, I think that sometimes you call me or call me.
Yes, I can remember that because we do communicate a lot with his number 3, but I cannot specifically remember how many times did we call each other.
During that period, the number of calls that you made or you exchanged with accused 3, what were those calls about? Do you remember?
Mongo komokone nimemeki mbolo tampopi esabudengero beno ndiro nditatu. Ototumbera kutimbo kakucha okwazi tampopi esabudengero tampopi sinaboneka.
Really begin to remember. In Indonesia, I remember quite when I got a call from a good friend of mine, a copy is and okay, my brother, I need also people. Then I recommended him and your of course you see people.
Some of the calls I cannot really remember. What was it that you were talking about? But I remember there was this time I called him because one of my best friends who said, who looked at PE, I say that they were in need of people. And then I called the accused number 3, telling or suggesting to him that he must go and attend the course for CPO.
Because the suggestion placed before court is basically that you were communicating to conspire committing an offense of housebreaking and theft in the Phala Phala farm. And all these meeting calls were basically in relation to that plan to commit the offense. What's your response to that?
Oshikopiwa shilikomesho yofa nenangaha oshekapo kuja momapopyo enu eshimakala tamukidenge odakati nyokwali tamukunda fana niye muno kutulako efikwi nokukaninga eteyo ololoko faramayo ya presidente yayo ya Phala Phala owotochitile ngayo.
The investigating officer, which I've known accused number 2 during my whole life, and then a conversation that I speak to these people almost prior, 5 years, 10 years prior to 2020. So and then these are people that I know, these are not strangers to me. And prior to 2020, and people can have on a daily basis.
Just like as I have said to the investigating officer, I say to him that prior to the break-in of the Phala Phala, myself and the accused number 2, accused number 3, we have known each other way back, and then we used to communicate most of the time on a daily basis. It's not that our communication was for us to plan or to talk about the breaking of Phala Phala.
And with the evidence, the report, there is an affidavit as well in the report which was also testified by the poster to say what would have happened is accused 2, since she was employed at Phala Phala, has seen the money that was hidden in the sofas. And then she informed accused 3, and accused 3 then informed you about this entire the presence of money in the farm, which you then made plans to steal it.
No weketane ombanjo eshakanjo moyele naye oshipopi oshili abani hakuja ashishiyeshi oshetifwapo nenge oshatameka olundilwa omtibali okwali halongo mofalama oyo ya Phala Phala ye akamono imaliwa yawa nechofa ye talongwele olundilwa omtidatu olundilwa omtidatu takufa omatekateko okwekudengele opo mukale mune mundu adokujana tuyeni opo tukateye setukavako imaliwa.
Or the allegation again among the two, the conversation again accused number 2 and 3, conspire with
Those are the allegations, as even myself I've heard about them. But my communication between myself and the accused number 2 and the accused number 3, it got nothing to do about us conspiring to go and steal, break and steal, as it has been said.
Now, on the weekend of the 8th and the 9th of February 2020, that is when the burglary occurred. During that weekend, did you at any stage meet accused 2? at any time during that weekend.
Otakutiwa mumafiku o weekend oyo mafiku eli ahetatu mafiku eli omoni a February. Esiku nengo shibiko shosho shibikwane mashokateya ofalamu. Opena pambela kudimbuluka washake na ningeta washake na mupokeno nundu wa mtiba. I did not meet with the accused.
From evidence you saw accused, 3 is that correct?
The moment we were told over a mona on that or shoshi. That is true.
Because there is evidence which then shows or depicts accused to cell phone that is associated with her, not herself, the cell phone associated with her, being at Bela at around after 5 minutes to 6, between 5 minutes to 6 and half past 6 on the 8th of February 2020. Your evidence will be you not met in that weekend.
Omorokucha eshi ekolota kuliwanga opena oshipopiwa estachidzivi ongodi keishon lundironzi vari ndakakutiwa ongodi eikwalite ilongikwa nenge eilipedi nalo lundironzi vari oya Monica kucho yali mobela bela modoroba mumafikweli ahetatu a February 2020 ovili eshi okwali kunemi lipedi linazo kudengo hamano no shauka pe ohamano ya bisifa imizitomero konatu toishi dimbulu kamara bemungano wetoti kucha ove inomona inashake na nolundironziva.
Yoyeta to explain concerning accused number 12 parents of Okasho, accused again of the accused number 19 and one on that particular weekend. Yoyeta to explain regarding the time frame which one and then individual who pokea which or videoing
on that note, I think I'm not in the right position to answer the cell phone number which was associated with the accused number 2, the time and then her whereabouts. Myself, I can remember, like I stated earlier, that I was with the accused number 3 at the car show. That is true. But the accused number 2, at the course of that weekend, I did not make a call to her or to her cell phone. I did not meet with her as well. That is only for her to answer where she was or what the time and everything.
There is the report that I've been referring you to, Lordship, is an extra exhibit U. Yes. Yes, sir. The report that page 49. This report that I've been referring you to, page 49. I'm going to deal with page 49. Yes.
Page 49.
Yeah. It's the diagram.
Yeah,
It's the diagram.
page 49.
Right. Sir, the report that I've been talking of, it depicts at page 49 of the report, depicts the phone numbers associated with specific people. And
Umbanjo wandipoti o waja pepanjalo ninge boshi posho mirongo nenongoi epanjalo mirongo nenongoi apata puli kwa cell phone number the cell phone number yo otayulike obanu abaya dengela
Worship, I just want to quickly show
Yes.
so that we can have. There's a diagram there depicts phone numbers and also the people this particular phone is associated with. And it then shows these numbers going into Phala Phala. Can you see that?
Opo bene efano loli lyopo opena okwafane kwa omitwe dobanu opena nedina lomu neselfone number yonu okukwata elomu kwakuye otawulikene kucha eselfone number otakashake nadishe mo doroba mo Phala Phala.
And the suggestion now is these phone numbers are going to Phala Phala. It could be argued at a later stage that it was for a meeting perhaps. And what the position is, you did not meet accused two on that day.
Efanolo otalianjene efanolo kucha engojodo adishezi tatuli kwako olwati kucha otashikia naleko ni mayefimbo tatiti kucha obayane tabakashake namundolo bamugano na tutulene ngahakucha eshakenolo okwalile mundwa dokulikunda oshindikwa nimangeza shikapita
You did not meet accused two that
mara ogototi kucha efipolo obekawali pamwe n'olundilwa omuzibali ino mono olundilwa oluzibali
Diagram 1 more Kato is number 23, of which Nanisha is Nangashita was which I said
if this dialogue, I can see even the name of the father of the accused number 2 and number 3, that they were also involved or they were also at the same place. And like I said, that I did not even meet the father of the accused number 2 and number 3, as well as the accused number 2. But on that day, I did meet with the accused number 3.
you are saying now, that is where I was going to go to as well, to say it shows accused 2 and 3's father also going into Phala Phala. And the question was going to be, did you on that day meet with accused 2 and 3's father as well or not?
Ongaji washinyamukura alikuja.
Yet already answered.
Okay.
Now, if then a cell phone associated with a person activates a tower, a cell phone tower around Phala Phala, will that be a suspicious activation, or that is where, according to you, these people are resident or residing?
Ngengene ongodi.
Use 2 and 3, or especially use that.
Ngengene ongodi nengolutendeli halikwataka nipengodi netalikwatongodi lonu nalikokene shekolela kolundiloti balondiloti tatu nabemene olutendali halikwataka nipengodi mo Phala Phala netalikwata ongodi nenge engodi teni kuovi otositula kucha omwali monengolo ya Phala Phala ilo nakwali muli mo Phala Phala.
Gajenda said that before, this payment card, because you know, the lawyer and for Phala Phala, and then they don't deal with Phala Phala, and then I make calls, which aren't any detail, but the Paramount looking for information. Regarding which antenna. Because Phala Phala say, for the Phala Phala thing, I'll say Phala Phala is where the judge is sitting, and then Premier Plan is the case to all the others. They don't know if I'm saying that.
I can answer to that by saying that that one I'm not 100% sure if the tower that will connect the phone of a particular person, it is necessary for a person to be in Phala Phala or not. But if I may to give an example, just a picture, I can say that this Fenga Kraal and Phala Phala, they are very close and nearby farm neighbors. So the Fenga Kraal is at the place where the magistrate is sitting, and then the Phala Phala farm is just at the end of the wall. That is how close the farm is.
It feels now, but that's how close they are. So maybe in the way of at my residence, I connect to whatever tower, I won't know which one, Mala, and the result is
that is how the fence that is separating Phala Phala and Fenga Kraal are. But then, in terms of which network that will catch with my phone, I cannot tell that I use which network. That one I cannot tell.
Thank you. And now, I heard in your evidence, Chief, you also highlighted that the communication you had as well with David on the Saturday of the 8th, was that you couldn't get hold of another friend who must arrange an invitation for friends. Now, I want to find out, did David accused 3 end up attending to what you asked him to attend to, as you alluded to in your evidence, Chief?
Unauda momba zoeshwa pokyapa ketame kowati okoka dengele olundiro wa ompitatu omorwako cha onokwalika okongo okwali eferende doenda tidikana nalo kakwali tanya mtongoni nenge inomona ukoko pya naye echiwaka dengele olundiro wa ompitatu okweke kuningila oshimba shoko mwintile chikuningila
because driver wakafika kwenye ndogote ndengele and accused number 3 walikuwa ofisini.
That is true. The accused number 3 did make arrangement with Mr. Takalo, who's the driver, who then dropped my friends to accused number 3, who then took my friends to the person that I was arranging the accommodation for.
And there is evidence again, which I used with the state will come to make an argument on, relating to Thomas. Thomas testified that on the morning of the, it did not specify the date, however, there was one morning where accused 3 attended at his home, and he then informed him that a friend was looking for transport, which he then asked Thomas to assist with transport, which they then drove to Bela town. And upon meeting you at the car show, he then testified that accused 3 said to Thomas that this is the man who was looking for a vehicle. Did you at any stage ask accused 3 for a vehicle or any so as testified by or as appears in Thomas' affidavit?
Mo mapopyo no mumbandi uli komesho yova ulinga hakucha mo mapopyo tomaso wapopya kucha opena efikulimongula mare tanditi muruka kucha efikoroba yetingapinana otati olundilwa omutitatu okwa yake umbola nde tapopina etati openasha onu owapungwe batelolotuwa ndono okuliko doro obelabele ohandindile tuye pamwe nawe oko tukashakene naye nde tabajiko nde tabai tabakashakena pamwe nawe okashowo ndelene ye Thomas otacho bajako benono ndilotidatu tale yakuolo ototimbuluka efikuolo eshimwe akashakena nabo mokasho tamtopopi na Thomasa shinabonasha nokulongikida otuo I did not talk with Thomas in issue of arranging the transport with him.
Did you ever ask number accused 3 to arrange transport for you, which he came to then arrange Thomas? Or you already had transport arranged in Widat at the time?
Ototimbuluka mbela kucha ove owaindilo lubiro ntitatu obo ekukongelotua nde takaindila mutu Thomasa ototimbuluka kucho wakuja nolubiro ntitatu sinabonasha notua kucha nekukongelotua ilo shenda kipi. Myself and accused number 3, we did not talk about the arrangements of the car with him.
Yes, and there is also suggestion in the evidence that after the incident of the 9th, the housebreaking, there was a meeting that was then the meeting that was held in Pretoria at the bus station of some sort, where Thomas, accused 3, and yourself and other people met in Pretoria. Did that ever happen?
Natango peno chikopiwa taslim konima yeshimba mipashishete yola lo fana meshishapwa batokwali muna oshongi nembontumba umwe bali owaliko maro ntumba omutowulikirako Pretoria obe onundiro ntitatu na Thomasa n'abamwe natango omwayako ko bus station nde tangeli kuno totimbuluka mbera mwakashakena. There were no meeting or gathering of anything like that.
Now, final question. Did you and accused 2 and 3 conspire to steal any money?
Ekolola bonina ove nolundi lwensibali nolundi lwekitatu omwakala mulime mundo dokukateya opalapala nokubakimanyi. My answer is no.
Thank you.
As the court decision, which may conflict
It's not correct to the court will actually resume it 12. We are still at the oath, Mr. Court adjourns. Court resumes after short agenda. Where is number one now? Mr. David, do you confirm that you're still under oath?
Natango oshishikucha olina tango mukuyanja omubagi. Yes.
Thank you. Cyril?
Thank you, Worship. Mr. David, let's start with your question so that I can bring to your attention some of the things that I find to be discrepancies in the question and what was put to some of the statements.
David onhala tukapotye oiningwanima imwe eyindiwete laikakala ina kona shano shilonga kwane eyindiwete kucha eshiwakulwa mumapopyoye naiyela nawa kwane.
I take it is common course now that you travel from Cape Town by bus on the 7th of January 2020, heading to Pretoria, where you arrived on the 8th.
Ohandisitula kove kucha owe owakenda walombifa ebesa okuja kokapa mafikweli ya heyali o 2020 oyo nde tofiki mumafiku ili ya hetatu.
Is that correct?
Oshoshalinga.
Sure.
That's true.
And from Pretoria, you travel to Milan. Is that the case?
Nde okuja ko Pretoria dojiko ne wauka ko Bela oshototi ngaonishi.
Sure.
That's true.
At that stage, you were joined by two companions at the list whom you met in Pretoria when you were traveling from the eastern as per the evidence of the peoples.
Nde mokwenda kwe owali uli pamwe nubalume nubamubiri babali aba washakena nabo eshitoende okuja kokapa washakena nabo mu Pretoria osho ilohacho.
Sure.
That's not true.
So from Pretoria, you travel alone to Milan.
Okuja mu Pretoria owaenda oba ukefio mu Bela. We were two.
Yourself and you.
Ove Nali. Myself and Mr. Patrick.
Who is Mr. Patrick?
Patrick Oli.
The friend there who resides in St. Now, where the type of country?
Mr. Patrick is one of my friends who resides as Centurion. He was also coming to the car show at Pilabi.
Do you know 𝐿𝐻𝐿𝐵𝐿𝐻𝐿?
𝐿𝐻𝐿𝐵𝐿𝐻𝐿. Yes, I do.
And Simon Ijapo?
Simon Ijapo. I do not know him.
In you say the person from 𝐬𝐮𝐻𝐿 was who? The name?
Dinala Umajala Patrick.
You know his name?
I think it was Cyril Patrick or something like that.
I think this person is a local person, a donor or baby perhaps.
He's a lady from Pueblo.
So that's the only person you traveled with to Vilabit.
That's correct.
How did you travel to Vilabit from Pretoria?
Mr. Patrick, sir.
Do you perhaps remember what type of a car is that?
I cannot remember the name of that car, but it was a white SUV.
And what was the primary objective of your trip from Cape Town?
Ela la canaloesho waja okapa uyeko beladela when rashiko.
Então, what in the show, she is like a good group, check out on my people, and she is like a
The first one was that for me to come and attend the car show. The second one was that I needed to go and visit my mother. And then the third one was that I needed to assist John Pedro in buying his cars.
And according to your plan, the car show was for Saturday and Sunday.
That's good.
What were your sleeping arrangements as you attended the car show?
I was supposed to book to make a booking.
When you say you were supposed to book, does it mean you did not make a booking?
Yes, I did not book.
And we'll deal with that when I present the state case to you. But for now, I think it should suffice that I invite your comment on the fact that you had Ramaphosa indicating that it appears to be joined by two people in Pretoria, and Mr. Willett also testified, or in his statement shows that you were with two people who were of Anglo language speakers. Do you have any comment on that at this stage?
Benachimela wa halokupopya washo. No comment.
Please, must speak loud.
And when did you first meet Willie that weekend?
Ove washake na kambi zote tena ulati ngaeli ekiko. I met with Willard on Saturday evening.
And that is the day that you arrived.
Already for Watika. That's correct.
And were you with Peter when you met Willie?
Ove owali pamwe na Pedrick eshimwa shakena na Willard.
Patrick was in the classroom, Pashagana, Panga the Mufakin, Dirina, Patrick was not allowed my daddy.
I was not with Patrick at that moment when I met with Willard. As we met at the parking lot, I was with some other people around me.
Do you know those people?
There were many people.
I'm talking about the people that you were with. You may be in a group but are not with whom
I walinabo eshimali na ulati tipo byobantu bahabu bakomero komara aba walinabo byotika nabo.
So it turned out that I book show. Okay. So if you want names, you all describe what has been
do you perhaps want me to mention their names or
there are more than 20 people. Must I name all of the people that I met there?
Must I mention all of them because there were more than 20 people, or what is required of me at this point?
Are you suggesting that when you met Willie, you were with 20 people?
Kuja eshimwa shake na Willard. There's
a difference between meeting and meeting for space. I didn't meet you.
So there are different between meeting a person and a person who comes to you. I was at the parking lot with some other people. So it does not mean that I went and meet Willard. Willard came to me.
Okay, the version of it is that when whether he met or he came to you, but you were with people.
That is not true. As at the parking lot, we were more than 20 people there.
And what did you and Willie discuss when you met for the first time in that parking lot?
And although I can information,
people prefer that we consider this let me parking space because the parking space quite said that people they park their cars with their camping chairs, drinking and everything. So well, for Peter, I treated and then proceeded for the story.
It was just a greeting. So he was passing by and then we greet each other. As at the parking lot where we were, people that were parking their cars there, and then people they had their camping chairs, they were drinking, they were just relaxing, enjoying. And then himself become he agreed, and then he went to meet up with one of his friends, or where I don't know.
In your evidence in chief, this is what you stated about you and Takalo.
Momba ngoye ove owayanjani ngowapota ngaha sheribolelela ngome na milatakala.
So after the show, I then asked Takalo to take me and my two friends to Phala Robbery, and he did.
Owati onima yo kuliketwa tomatajoliku obo wakaindila Takalo obo ekutwale pamwe neferededoe kofener krali ndeyo oshwaninga.
Nandindila Takala atale kupata ndemundila atale ferente dani.
I did not ask Takalo to take me along with my friend. Rather, I asked Takalo to take my friends to Phala.
That is what you said in the evidence in chief. And a follow-up question by the counsel for you to correct that it was then that you responded, no, I remained behind. When after the counsel said, did you go with them? And you said, I remained behind. But your initial statement was that I asked him to take me and my friends to Phala.
Mombangi womishangwa statement yo oshoshilimo kucha obo wakopya kucha obo waingila Takalo obo ekudwale pamwe neferende doeko fengekra ashike estopo bipeife osheke twapo onima yonkaleripo yekubula kucha eshi oshiningwani masho Takalo atwalovani kofengekrani owayanayo ilo washalapo wakashinja totiaye amonda shalapo ondeke mwindile kadwale okombe vangi.
Statement itakuwa statement yaningirwa yaje because eshaipendeza kucha mo Saturday omu ntakuleke willing kucha please accompany this my friend with no issue or two or three issue uvatara kwa fengekra.
I don't know the vision of the statement that is being read, because what I can remember is that on that Saturday evening, I remember asking Mr. Takalo to take my friend to Fingercrag, as they have a problem with their battery. So the battery was not functioning properly. Then I asked him to take my friend to Fingercrag, but I did not say that he must take me and my friend to Fingercrag.
Now, what I'm reminding you is that when you were giving evidence in chief, you forgot that you remained behind. And you said, I asked him to take us to Fingercrag, and he took the three of you. You only changed when he counsel put further question to you as if it's a clarity-seeking question. That's when you remember that previously your version was that you remained behind.
That is not correct. That is not what the answer was. The answer from the first question that I asked was, I asked him to take my friends, not me, or take us.
So, that's what I have in my notes, that the initial response to that was that he asked Takalo to take him and his two friends to Fingercrag, which he did, and there was a follow-up question that then changed to say that I have had no
I asked Takalo to take my friends to Fingercrag as it was in the town. I did
say, as a court basis. And you were taken through the statement of Mr. Takala.
That's true.
And paragraph 8 read that my guide directed me to the farm area about 20 to 30 kilometers outside Ringabila. My guide took me to a small settlement where the Namibian people stay. I later got to know this place. It's called Fengap.
Oneloyo yo finger kralo kwa kuji obanamidi nde koni maifi mwesto akafika kwenye opone nakashiba kucha boyo neloyo oyo finger kralo.
So you disputed?
Otoshanyo shoshita popi kucha omwayana etoke mulikira bonelo.
There's a difference between Obutereto and Obuye. Yes, I did directing which drive like this, Tomono, on this 10 Toiko Funika. Very wrong.
So there is a difference between giving a person direction and then being with a person. So what happened is that I directed Mr. Takala that from here, this is how you are going to get to Fengakra. You have to drive like this. Here you will turn, something like that, but I was not with Mr. Takala myself.
Now the second part of the second sentence says, my guide took me to a small segment.
Segment haya ena tango kata itugileta itikuja kaumekange okwatwalange poneloyo ishona ilio koko neloko.
That's correct. Maybe you mean by mistaking, but the direction in the point, yes.
Maybe what he meant was that the direction that I gave him took him to that village.
And you remember that that is the evidence of Mr. Procedural that we went to the vicinity of Phala Phala on two occasions.
And in a time to Dimuruga kucha olumenu wedina nkosi most statements I esha popyo kwati opena oikalwili bali tomonika waya ponelo yo stockist drive ofalama yo edina stockist drive.
Speaking of Nkosi, was aware which Openasha like Opena or community next to this Phala Phala, what you know. So basically, I mean, the double the Phala Phala stock is there heavily. I'm open there and that's the only place that I've been to.
Talking about Mr. Nkosi's vision or his testimony, he was asked if at all he know a place called Fengakra. And then he said that he do not know or he has not heard of that place. Myself, I was at Fengakra, yes, but as of Stockist Drive and Phala Phala, I was not there.
I spoke of vicinity of Phala Phala incident. I did not say because he said anything about Fengakra. What I'm trying to bring to attention is that what is contained in the statement of Takala about him taking you and two friends to the vicinity of Phala Phala and Stockist Drive, which happens to be, as the evidence is shown now, the vicinity of Fengakra as well, is that you went there twice, which supports what Willie has said in his statement and what corroborated by Nkosi version.
Ohai kopi sheri kolera ke farama di dirimbaj. Omurakuta. Oma popio obalumeno abeli babali e popio la Mr. Takalo tati okwekukufa no balume ni bamubiri babali abawali pamwe nabo ndete kutwala koneloko nayo bweyabalindeta popi oshima shafafana ngasheshishapopi wakutakala okuja opefimbolo nenge figolo ove owali koneloko. That is not true.
And who were these two friends that you wanted to take to find?
Balume no babeli babali okommekoya ababeli babali kwali wahala tate takalwe batwaleko fingerprint oboli.
John Pedro with his associate.
It was Mr. John Pedro with one of his associates.
The name of the associate? The name of the associate?
Edina lawo who ali pamwe na Pedro. I cannot remember.
I take you don't know.
Shala kucha kunchi.
No, associate.
No, I do not know his name.
According to Takari, you didn't introduce the people you were with to him. Is there any reason why you would introduce someone to Willie, whom you are asking him to take to a certain place, particularly that you were leaving behind? You were remaining behind according to your patient. Would that be a probable cause?
Omutwala mumbangi watatu takalo kwati ove inolombera kucha obalume nobo wali navo oboli kwali omadinavo nde otakitulika mbela to intilonu olefa kucha twalele mbovano abakonele ilinga mara itolombwele kucha obano abatotwala obonumbananumba okutwala nekuo beshasho obendishi ino yanavo obo washalapo.
Knowing Takalo, the remote business, transportation, I just went straight to the point, which my brother, this, the Bumba sisters, this and that, Parele and Granunga help, but there was no need for introduction.
I can say that according to me, there was no need for introduction for me to introduce the people that I was with to Mr. Takalo, as Mr. Takalo was a businessman who was into transportation business. So my aim was that for me to ask him to take these people to Fenakra and then to negotiate the price for him to take them there. That was it.
And what was the purpose of them taken to Fenakra?
Accommodation visit.
It was their accommodation.
And where were they supposed to be accommodated?
These are people, the main reason why they have a car show. They are also attending the car show, but the whole place in Phala Phala was booked because they came in numbers for the car show. There was no place to book. Then that's where I came in Tapula, and they were okay. Can you? Now it's getting late, and then we're getting slow. Do you know any that? Yeah, this is my area. I can make one or two few calls. The
aim and the purpose for these two people to be in Phala Phala, it was that they were also part of they came to the car show that was taking place. And then later on, they were hoping that they will book for the accommodation, but unfortunately, all the accommodations were fully booked. So and then they came to me and then asked if I know any way where they can be accommodated. And then I say to them that, well, don't worry, this is also my area. I know the place where you can have accommodation. I will just make a call or two for you to have accommodation. that is what happened.
So they were going to be accommodated in family. That was the purpose.
Shala kuchela lakano kwali bakana ngaleko fingercrap. That is true.
At whose place?
Que umbolali.
CN.
CN.
Is it a guest house, the lodge, the house in the shed?
Onele o guest house mela umbo ilo oshipeleki.
No, CN is a family friend of Umbo, is not a guest house. Umbo and then it's Onunya Indurokucha, we are very close.
CN is one of the family friends and we are very close to each other. So he has a house and then that is why I lied to him to accommodate these people.
Yes, what type of accommodation? Is it in the house or in the shed?
Kwali tabakanange kwapeni umbo ilo moshipeleki ilo kwekebanange kapeni.
I think the investigating officer can answer that because you've been there, Shikwaria Batarako. I'll say it's a house, it's not a shed.
I think the investigating officer is at the right position also maybe to answer that. According to me, it's not a sheikh, it is a house.
According to you, it's a house. Are you not able to tell us it's a house or whatever it is?
Okutwala kuove otweti kucha mara itodulo okutu kuvila kwa ikelela ndetoti obakana ngala meumbo lekumba ilo valele ko shipeleki ilo valele pe.
It's a house.
It is a house.
So does it mean that for you to arrange transport for John Pedro and his companion of his, John Pedro did not have a car?
Okutwala kuove esto trongwerapa opo ulongikide notua opo itwale John Pedro no wali naye shala kucha John Pedro bakwali notua.
John Pedro kwebe notua mara nobody no issue Pedro.
John Pedro, they were having a car, but this car was having a battery problem.
So they left their car in where? This car having this battery problem. Where was it left?
Otuwai yakalane no problema yo battery o ya few pen.
But I saw that now because I was now making arrangement no local mechanic whoever to able to have a qualification at the township.
The car remained with me as I was making some arrangements to look for the mechanic who can come and tow the car and take it somewhere at the mechanic at the township at location.
Was it repaired?
Oyakapangiro?
But not that day, not the following day.
It was repaired, but not on that particular day, neither on the following day.
Actually, what you are saying does not appear to be even necessary that we talk about repairs. It was just a electricity that was supposed to be replaced. Am I right?
And echitopopi apo hatupopi ngeno okuka pangeliko o battery osho ilo hasho. That's true.
And if I'm correct, John President was talking about the material.
Nongenge de high popi monjila. John Pedro watu popi olumenu oyamba hasho owenimari.
I'm not in a position which I mean, but I'll say maybe he's doing well for himself.
I'm not at the right position to answer that he's a billionaire or a wealthy man, but I would rather say that maybe he's a person who's doing well for himself.
Now, if what you have told this court about your patient, then it goes without saying, you don't have to ask that this John Pedro is not seeing how the money is flowing from him.
Ngenge nde handikeshi tula mokushibokya okutala kombangi oluwapo byatolongwera ofai okutala oshimaliwa oyuye mwiyakala taiji ku John Pedro tayuya kuobe keshe umwe nandenge minapoto okunana lefano lokuja onlumeno okuni malwi hapo onlumenu onyamba weni malwi.
What is your problem?
Or to still in Gaibius?
No, that's according to the state. For the way, but I mean, like I said, it's the John Pedro that I know about just know a businessman from Angola, between Angola and Namibia, which is a multi-million
That is, it can be the vision of the state. I cannot say it 100%. I know that John Pedro is a businessman who's operating between Angola and Namibia, but to say that he's a multi-billionaire, I cannot say that.
And you say if you are in and you should be familiar with the place, including areas between Phala and Vidandata.
Nondiengo toti kucha ove owakala mo mofenga krale. Otasikwita kondo doyo kucha onelo nokukala oishi nawa noshoyo tu odoropa ya Phala Phala. There are places that I know in Phala Phala, and there are those that I don't know.
And between Phala Phala and Phala,
Wakati ka Phala Phala no Fenga Krali,
there's a lot of accommodation in that you know.
opena emere do kunangala di hapu. Edi ushi.
I think
there are 2 or 3 places that I may know of.
Just driving around that road, you see lot and lot of accommodation.
Ngengo toshingi wa ukakone loko. Otoshake nenengo tomonwenele di hapu. Do odota di dulo kuyanja enele do kunangala kovan.
You're not aware.
Kudishimbela.
Like I said, and then there are about 2 or 3 places that I would know between Fenekral and Phala. Yes, what do you?
Like I said that there might be 2 or 3 places that I know when you are traveling from Phala Phala to Fenekral that I truly know that can accommodate, yes.
And so yourself, you did not book accommodation, you did just sleep there.
Ove inobukinga oneleo kunangala apatoduka nangala.
I didn't book meeting, but I slept na Petri I slept in Phala.
Myself, I did not book at my own or at my own name, but I spent the night where Mr. Patrick slept. So I spent the night at Phala Phala.
So you were booked into a place in Phala Phala, but not in your name.
Shala kucha owo wabuka onele mobela bela mara ino ibuka betina loyi.
The initial plan is to book a place in my personal name. Then the whole place was booked up. And then Petri got that and there is a 2-bedroom apartment. You can use the other room.
Like I stated earlier that the main purpose was that for us to book an accommodation in town. But it was quite unfortunate, by the time we were trying to make some booking, all the places that were fully booked. And then I was lucky as Mr. Patrick, the accommodation that he was given, it was heavy. It has 2 bedrooms inside it. So then he said to me that I can offer you to spend the night on the other room.
Do you remember the place where Mr. Patrick booked?
Ototi Brukambela oneloyo oyo yabukwa oyo kwali yabukwa.
But it's somewhere around Motown, but it's in the name of the place I don't remember.
I cannot remember the name of the place, but it was around town.
And then how did you get to the place? To Fengerberg?
Wakajapo nomkalo wingeiti opo ukafike ko Fengerkrali no why wakafika ko Fengerkrali name
ko Fengerkrali munda tropa ko Petri. The following day Komatang.
Myself, I was dropped by Mr. Patrick. It was on the following day, it was on Sunday, and it was late at evening.
We complete that from of the alleged car of Mr. John Pedro. So what became of it? It remained there for, you said it was not repaired that day, the following day. So did you leave it at that township where you took it to for?
Natukopye kotua yon lumenu tate Pedro. Ototi inaika pandoro makaya nenge efikwela kalandura. Oshikesha ni kwa kombela otuo ya shalako ilo otua oyekenda kipi oyali ripeni.
Otua inega pandela se inepanga same day nefugula landurako, and then mechanic of Akakala keep on promising Otua by Sunday I think we should be fine. Sunday at 2 a.m. Then the time we choke Sunday around so time to attend 2 a.m.
The thing is that the mechanic, at the course of that 2 days, Saturday and Sunday, he was just saying that probably maybe by tomorrow, on Sunday, the car will be fine. But when unfortunately on Sunday the car was still at the mechanic, it was not fine.
Is it still with the mechanic?
Shala kucho tuana tango no page ngaho iliko ko makeninga.
No, a month later they picked it up.
A month later I went and picked it up.
So when Jakalo took you to Rustin, in his statement it indicated that he met you on the street with Tufek. Is that the position?
She tate Jakalo ekutwala ko Rustenburg Momba ndiwe uepotiola ngemo statement haya yo kwa pokia kucha. Okwa shake na nave nuba nuba modeli babali. Opati oshoshalinga.
This combination, the police need to be very clear that it's not what is written in the statement, it's just on the dead road. So you should be clear whether it's a street in the village, but it not say it was in the village. The street will be in the village, so it needs to be clear to be correct with what is stated in the statement.
Okay, you mentioned that you met the three of you on a dead road.
Ye okwapokia kucha okwenganga mo bat on dead road opate like to hotel Oshakot.
That's correct.
That's correct.
Why did he have to meet with you on that dead road? More so that, according to your version, is the one who dropped the two friends the other time that could have faced you from that house and not on the dead road.
Oshikembera esishaka nikipakucha eng'ange mubati ngenge okutwalaka mapopyo yo vechitopopi owali uli nova mwe natango ngemi nachikungwa kwali mushakemekwe munjira.
Please explain to me this death.
Can you please explain the meaning of the dead road? What does it really mean?
We have already agreed that it is true that you found you on a dead road. That means you know that.
Owaitavela nalo kucha eno nelukatetakalo okwenyishakena okwenyanga mubasha nengimunjira ishala kucha oneshivo kucha ngenge takukopiwa kucha monjira nenge mupato oshala kucha ngipi.
Then by all means simply differentiate that we are not collected from a particular house or homestead but on a road which has been recorded here as a dead road.
Shala kucha kombinga imotasinga hakucha tatetakalo eshekentala inenganga muri kokonele yelikalekelwa pe umbo ndopima pamwe ashiko kwengango bashakenda nanye mupati tamwende na ndoguli.
So the question is, why will you not be picked up from where you dropped your two friends the previous time you was there and then to meet you on that road?
Epuloli nina pakucha oshikene eshi tatetakalo ekentala inayange teke kangana ndope umbwa papali John Pedro ali na kaume kwa eka ya papali balele nde mwaka shakene kwa mobile.
The reason you expect for residential apartment, is not familiar with it. Then over the phone, that he just walk on the main gravel road. Jaimo more settlement casual so that I can see you over Dimo Picard. The reason why you walk. Kapelanobuyo dead road to adjacent gravel road to the main gravel road.
The reason for us to leave the place, the house where we went, it was because Mr. Takalo himself is not familiar with the place. So and then we made it easier for him because he then said that no, just come out from the place, from the village, and walk towards the gravel road, which is the main gravel road, and then we walked on our way from home or the house where we were, and then we went to the gravel road. But there were no such thing as a dead road. As all these roads, they are gravel road.
Yeah, it's surprising how we could find it difficult to locate you when you went initially. given direction where you reached that place? Because you said that you only gave him direction the first time to the true friend. How would it be difficult for you to give him directions to reach where you are, particularly that he was coming for the second time?
Your Worship, the evidence by William Takala, even when he was cross-examined on the statement, he was vehement saying that I told my guy that I would be lost, so the better come out of the village and open the road.
I don't understand what the objection is about. I'm putting to the witness what is presented today by the witness. The witness said I earlier directed and took my friends to the place, to the address. Now the question is, how would it be impossible for him to be directed to the same place the second time when he was already supposed to be
kanti wete kucha uju olipeni shashi nenge oshima shimwe shikumwifa ngenge nani onu tatetakala esho wapopya mumapopyo yeshitopulwa pa etamukukunya owati ove owayanjo direction kutatetakalo owatwala vanhu koneloko ndete vatwalako ndeteke vafikifa poneloko evafikifa oshike mbela shali shiju oshikambe shishituvale shakashonako opweke ntale eshingeno tasike njupalela opohaka emeni loneloyo ekentale peumbo apa afiyo vanovo.
A drop of your tape over the phone on the instant like that, it was easy from the main road. That's where now accused number 3 comes in. Kucha, go to this place on the main road of Tuanga County, call this number, you're able to see.
At the first drop off, which Mr. Takalo did, it was also instructed where now the accused number 3 comes in. It was not that Mr. Takalo drove straight to that place. I have to make arrangement with the accused number 3 to come in and go and meet with Mr. Takalo and take the people, those two people, two friends of mine, to the place where they were accommodated.
What is striking here is that even when one has regard to what is contained in the statement of Thomas Michi, yourself and your true friend were dropped near a school and he proceeded to drop action number 3 into
Ngenge ndihakitale oshiniwanemeshi shiliapo shilingahapoche moumbanyo statement ya Thomas okwapo byapoche ye okwayananye ndeteke ngihelula popepi novekola ndetajipo nolundi lontitatu owaka akahelula ke umbolavo.
relevant comment.
That's not true.
And what time was it when we need to pick you up on that road?
Oyayonga bimbela eshitatetakalo ekendala eshenganga tamwende nengenganga popato pomwe.
If not mistaken, it's around 8, 9 o'clock in the evening.
If I'm not mistaken, it could be around 8 or 9 in the evening.
And
It is now on the jail. still under oath.
Ohatui kolanchi atukaluka kombali nekuba kutana tango oulina tango ngo omulangi tuyanja omulangi.
2 and 3. Exactly 2 o'clock here in there.
Onundro nti balina ntitatu kombali omwali.
Thank you, Kota.
Do you confirm that you're still under oath?
Natango oto ushishika natango ulimo noma kuli. Yes.
Thank you. State.
Thank you. You were still telling this court about the time that you were picked up by Willis along that road that evening. You were saying it was around 20 or 21 hours.
Otwali tuli bebili kucha umakata wako ekimboli kepeni tobati ningekonjila kumwali owati apea ekimbolo hetatu ilo mwe kumboloshi osho. That's correct?
Just number 2. If it gives you, the lights gives you a problem, you shift. Shift.
Shifta natango ene kunagacho.
Well, maybe let me indicate to you that according to the evidence of Mr. Nichols, you were in that vicinity around up to 23 hours 22 minutes. That is after 11 p.m. you still receiving through Ingwe Tower, which means you're still in the vicinity of Stories Director.
Okutwala mombali owayanjwa otate nkosi yokwakopya kuche obilieshi alio nongo naimwe ufiku yapiti femini utomera mombali na mbali owe ongo dioyo yakakwatwa kodutenda ali halikwataka nifengoti ololo komabali shala kucha obo wali uliponelo yonenge kufala mayo ya stock strike.
The exact time that it is Kabucha Pongati, but if you go around 9 o'clock.
The exact time for me to leave the place, I cannot exactly pinpoint it. What time was it? But I think it was late at evening, 8 or 9 somewhere there.
And that still brings back the question, why would you prefer to be in the streets when it was at night? Why would you prefer to be in the street than to direct Mr. Louis to come and fetch you from the house?
Nenatango andukeli shuname pulo, aliketa kepondo doyo kuchandi kukule kucha. Oshike mbela efimbolo gengo kwali olata kongulushi. Wakajila peumbu ndetoi wakufa etomelo lokuchotoka hangi kwa kopate kono ute kwini.
Reason in that is on will Takalo Mereke Shina. So the easiest way for team towards the main road?
That reason, I will answer it again. The reason was that Mr. Takalo, he's not familiar with the place. And then it was easy for me to arrange with him that he must come and find me at the road. That was the reason why I have to leave the place where I was and then go to the main road.
And you have already indicated that your purpose for the visit when you left Cape Town was to attend the car show in Imanuwela, visit your parents, and then assist Mr. Pedro. When we now know that the show was supposed to run from Saturday to Sunday with the main event on Sunday, and when was the same day that you wanted to visit your parents in Russell?
Believe ododa ke populoe nelalaka noloye eli lekweto kuja kukapa uyemo bela bela. Wapobya kuja okuya ko kasho nde shiti bale kukatalela po family ko Rustenburg shiti tatu okukakwafela tate Pedro okwalita kalande tuwatai. Nde otuwete kuja olo makaya no sonda hokwalilo shilibwa ni masho shokasho okasho uyo yeno kwalingeno tayigulumo mo sonda ove okwali watulapo etomelo lokuchakeno keumbo otoka yakone hivi.
There was no specific time and date.
There was no specific date or time. It was only a matter of whatever time the car show will end, then I will have to make an arrangement for me to go and visit my mother, Rustenburg.
Have you left final part in the evening? Should you arrive in Rustenburg at night or maybe after midnight?
Echine mwaja kofenga krali efimbolo video yokuloshi. Okufika kwa Rustenburg mutweshi watala ngeno mno kufika ko mokati kufikulela ilo koni mango yobiri ya ukangala ya pita mutolo nongo nambalisha ukapita. That's true. We arrived Rustenburg late.
I suppose people were asleep at the house that you visited, my correct?
Shala kucha mwakahango banu bamwe peumbo poaya banangala oshoshiri ngao ilo hajo. That's true.
And according to the statement of Takara and his version, you took about 20 minutes in Rustenburg.
Okutwala mo statement ya Takalo. Tate Takalo kwa kopya kucha oshengu feike minuto mirongo mbali nyomafika nalo kwa Rustenburg.
Time frame ita ndio we popular. Ndaje mumbo aishenje fimu kutu.
I cannot pinpoint the time frame, but I do recall that on our arrival at home, I went inside and then I put my bag inside the home, and then I made some changes and come out.
Did you not see anyone?
Kapena wa mona pe no popia no.
Of course, on the book from
I did talk to them, although I found them asleep, but I managed to talk to them.
And you consider that to have fulfilled the second purpose that you said was informed by traveling from the you will call that the visited the family.
Shala kucha dadu stulenenga hakucha ove webandi mburukifo webapanale apea eshirifolo kucha otoyukela tarele
If you say I will consider that a visit, remember that was not the end of the trip. You proceeded here with John Pedro and okay, and
That evening night visit, I cannot say specifically that it was a visit. Remember, because it was not the end of the trip. The aim was that for me to go and assist Mr. Pedro, and then once he's done with whatever that he was doing, then I will be able to come back again home and see them.
By the way, did you know what you were supposed to assist Mr. Pedro with?
Wakala uneshi volukuja tate Pedro otoke mkwafela kombinga shike. Yes, I do.
Precisely what was it?
Okushitula moma popyo oshikwa shike.
But it's to apart is a specific card that I was looking for, so then we recommended a few dealerships that I've known.
As Mr. Pedro was in a mission of buying some few cars, and then myself, there are certain places that I know where he can get those specific car that he was looking for.
What was the first specific car he was looking for?
First of all, Gold 7.
It was Gold 7.
When you met Mr. Pedro in Vidavida, where was he coming from?
Tate Pedro mo bela bela okwali tajipeni otajilile peni kwa. I did not ask him where he was coming from.
Did you know that you were coming to meet him in Vidavida?
Obe oangika nale uneshivo lokuja otamu ya mshakene na mo bela bela.
John Pedro tapopia prior to the show, and then I should have been on the evening yoko manda natango our communication particular. Then that's why I say okay, I will just come to make it easy and do it. Then we attend the show together. Then to show my car show, then we proceed.
Myself.
What language do you prefer to speak? The other case, I'm not sure if they understand English or which language. English or which one is that?
Kwanyama.
What?
Kwanyama.
English or Kwanyama? Which language do you choose?
Shuambo is fine.
Think so?
Shuambo is fine.
The Oshwambo, the Kwanyama language, it's
The
on
one
the
that
file. Yes.
So please don't stick to one English so that the two accused can hear what you are saying. Okay.
Takwindira kuja ngengo topo bimoshi kwa nyama ama itoloka ilo ngengo topo bimoshi ingirizo bonitolokele obalundulo nti bali nonti tatu shashi ngenga tushatu po bimoshi ingirizo itaba udukwini maimwe ito topopi
Malokoto ne understand kucho shwambo shandeka shirite fluendo penecha pa aishitula nawo mushingirizi mushkwa nyama kaishi kujishitula ngeke to understand. So of course they must be able to kucha shwambo shangeshi is not like that mushing fluent.
I'm pleading with the court that there are some words which I'm not fluently with them when it comes to Kwanyama language. That is why I'm mixing to speak in English, because those words I can only pronounce them in English rather than in Kwanyama, because I'm not good in speaking Kwanyama.
What is your original language in actual fact? What is that language?
elakalo elovende lokudarelwa molilipi.
I'm a Namibian national, Namibian Japo at a very young age.
I'm a Namibian national, but I grew up in South Africa. I came here in South Africa at a very, very, very tender age.
So what languages do you know in South Africa, because you grew up here in South Africa?
Omumo South Africa, elaka lili pilo mo South Africa eli weli longa eli ubushisha shwa kuli la South Africa.
I'm on a girl in South Africa, my few Dashi,
A few languages I do know them, such as Zulu, Sepedi, and Swan.
Which one do you prefer to speak?
Otopulo
in South Africa, we get older in South Africa than Namibia. Which one amongst the three you prefer to speak?
Otopulwane kucha pomalaka owapo watumbulapo. Oelaka lilipia litopopi kucha otodulu lipopye elilo mo South Africa. Let us just stick with Kwanyama or Shwam.
Stick to Kwanyama, no English, so that they can understand. The interpreter then will interpret in English. But when you speak Kwanyama in English, interpreter only interpreting English, and the other words that you spoke in English, the two accused may not understand. Do you follow?
Takuindirwa kucha ngengo topopi moshi Kwanyama, upopieke moshi Kwanyama. Chashingengo topopi moshi Kwanyama ovete witapo oshingirisa. Ondoroke tatoroka moshingirisa shasho tarumbero bantu aba moshingirisa. Nenayo barundiro nti balino ntitatu. Oyichainyapo tuwa moshingirisa. Shashi oyendurulwa moshingirisa. Kabuditeko kuchote itinge yipi. I understand.
Thank you.
You indicated that you do not know where Mr. Pedro was coming from before he could come to Nigeria.
Wakuja kucha kakwali uneshivo lokuchatate Pedro okwa Japani kwali eshimwashakana naye mo benefo.
Kwa Japan kucha maybe around most South Africa kuchokwalia depending which specific town.
I'm saying that I cannot specifically say where was Mr. Pedro coming from. I'm saying that I do not know, or I have no idea where was Mr. Pedro staying before coming to Bilabili on that particular day.
You were not asked about where he was staying. You know where he came from before he could come to Bilabili.
Itopurwa kucha okwali atajipena tuti oneshivolo kucha okwajiri la peni okwewiye mo belabela oneshivolo kucha kwajiri la peni.
Pedro fully based upon
Mr. Pedro, he is he lives or he stays in Namibia.
Yes, but you're not answering what I'm asking. Do you know where he came from?
Ito nyamukule pololange oneshivolo kucha okwajiri la peni kwali.
You mentioned Bilabili.
I have no idea.
Was it by arrangement that you met him in Bilabili?
Okwali mweshilongi kida kucha otamshake nenaye mo belabela.
No,
It was not arranged.
Just a minute.
What arrangements do you have with Mr. Pedro, if any, concerning this assistance that you were going to render to him?
Nyo omakara mune udafano lilinga helipi nongenge okwali penasha shina konasha nokukalanda etu wado weke mkwafila weke mulikirala ndetu.
Arrangement ya liko okuke mulikirala dealership edindi nashane okutatiro ku wangu tuwa.
The only arrangement that we had between me and Mr. Pedro was for me to assist him, to show him the dealership where he can find the car that he was looking for.
When was that supposed to be done? If there was any such arrangement, or it wasn't? When was that arrangement supposed to happen? When were you supposed to show him, to take him to the dealership where you would get the car that you wanted?
Elongi kido olone lokuja ovotongu fande dontwala akatali etua ningakala ndetwa dokwali aha okwali mweli dola pokuja otamuka yakone inike fitolando nenge kengara shoko akulandwa etu mwe matene kapo ifiko kwali nini
Kawe patule fiko.
There was no specific day.
So we have the courage to say you met him in Villa by coincidence.
Ngengo haike shituranga hakuja nenalimboli ove na Pedro omwashake niki na mushilongikida haike shipopya mepuko ilosho shalinga.
Kashareko incident. Ngashindati prior to the show. Makala to copy. No good. Then mention which on so day anti-government around Bella there's a car show then or evening of Saturday and then while we communicate, you know that since I'm not doing anything, I might as well to go join the
Are you defying me now? Are you defying me? What did I say?
On that ngeipi kuove china konasha nelaka.
What did I say?
On that ngeipi kombinga yelaka.
Okay, she never big occasion ungo.
So please look, if you want to speak English, stick to English. I don't know. Then to interpret in Kwanyamba 2, the two accused. You understand? There is nothing wrong for you to speak in English. Then to interpret to the two accused. I want them also to follow, to understand what you are saying. It's important for them also.
Kapene puko ne ngembo woto ko moshingirisa. Longi se ko shingirisa. Ndeni ontologi tatolokele obalunzi lonzi bali nontita tushashi. Nabo bapungwa bakale bene shibo bene fano lokuja oshike shaningwa nengo shike stachpopio.
Mala no hudi tebo. And then let's not to still go show. Bo hudi tebo.
They do understand. I prefer that we must just stick in Oshuambo or Ovambo. Them, they do
understand what?
Or what did they Oshiki?
What do you mean they do understand? What is it that they understand? Do they understand English?
How about English?
Is this what you are telling me?
Oshotolo mborenge kucha or what did they English?
Do they understand English? Is this what you are telling me?
Otolo mborengene kucha or how about English? Here and there, but not fluently.
What language do you want to stick to?
Shuam.
Is Ovambo language.
Then I'm saying it for the last time.
Why should Poppy Luangonina?
So that they can understand. They interpret that. Otherwise, if you speak Shuambo and English, then the interpreter repeat the English. They will not hear what you are saying. This is my concern.
Oshikeshango shida pakucha ngengo topo peshu oshikwanyama popiko shuamu nde ondolokita toloka moshingirisa ngengo topo moshingirisa ondolokita popye moshiwambo opo balunzi lwabenya nabo baudeko kucho shiketa shipopyo oshoike ndinakonasha nashosho
Ma icha imwene moshiwambo kaimo that's the court must be with that. Shashi Chaimwe from Kujagoshua to avoid English. No machine doesn't each a minute. Kaim, you know, where but the advantage.
There are some words that I'm struggling to pinpoint or to say in Oshiwambo. That is why I'm jumping to English.
Stick to English, she interpreted in Oshiwambo.
Otakutua ne beifo wenga popiamo shingirisa esto popi inowe damo Oshiwambo icha yoyeke tameko fioto hulifa otopopi moshingirisa ontologi teikufa moshingirisa teipopi moshikwanya. It is fine.
Okay, thank you.
Dapando
Stick to English.
oe beifo topopi moshingirisa
She interpreted in
ontologi tatoroka moshikwanya.
So the long and the short is that you did not have a prior arrangement that you would meet in Bilawida with Mr. Pedro. Is that correct?
Oshala kucha owe manga oshilingwani masho inashifika oshoshetuwa kwalita dhulikwa kapwa luneshi wakuchotoka shake na non lumeni utate Pedro mobela bela.
Sure, correct.
That's correct.
And it is further correct that there was no specific day arranged between you and Mr. Pedro to go and purchase particular.
Natango oshiringa kucha kapwa limatula po efiku kucha efiku lonumba ohatui owe no samane Pedro loku kalando tuo oshoshiringa.
Correct.
No.
Speak louder than you are recording.
So what was the haste what informed the haste that even wanted you to visit the car dealership before they could even open?
Oshike eshishe sheningi fakucha mushendelele bongaho mwahala nokuka ningago tetemanga ofitola nenge ngarashina dipatuluka nyopo mulini.
There was no such as a rush.
Kakwali pena oshima shokutana pamukwali tulimendelelo.
No, you arrived at the dealership before they could even open.
Oshiriki ngakucha nyuma kafika po ngarashe mangi na bapatula no kupatulula.
Yes, but there was no rush.
No mara kakwali pena endelelo lasha.
No, to arrive at a shop before it opens, then it means there is haste on your part.
Oshirika hakucha gengo nunde obetoka ningondete watelela ongarashe ipatululu otachurike kucho no wendelele.
Also taking into account that you had time you had been at Rustenburg at home where you could while away time before you transit to that particular garage and you had even secured private transport.
Na unene ngeni hadistulanga hakucha wali ulikeumbo ngeno uno mito yokuchaye natufudeipo shashu chango tuopo ili shotulipe umbo ndatutelele fio video kupatululo po papatululo kutoka.
If you want to put it in that version to say there was a rush from your side, that's how you see it. But from my side, there was no rush at all. We just went, and then as we went there, unfortunately the dealership was closed. So we have to wait, I think 30 minutes, 40 minutes before they can open.
Ngenge odoshitula kucha seokwali tuli mendelelo twendelela ondwete kucha osho ushiwete shoshiri kuove ashike kwame ondestala ko ikenga hakucha se otwaya nde twekelanga tuli pongara shoyo ashike otwahanga kwapata shakufa mutwe minutwe mirongo natu nenge minutwe mirongo ne opo bapatulule.
And I think it is yourself who identified that car dealership, as it was your agreement with Mr. Pedro that you will source the cars he's looking for you.
No haishitura kuovenga hakucha ove owa kala ushishi na wanawa manga ina muyako natate Pedro shina konasha nokuka landa otuwayo walitaira nokutate Pedro.
That's correct.
Osho?
And I take it you'll agree with me that God 7 is a popular crime in South Africa that can be solved from anywhere, also and other devices.
No, I situla kuove kucha. Otuwayo yogo 7. Otuwai ishivikwe no hailandifwa keshe pamwe. Ono takiro kuilande ike keshe konela pa ahala. Kesha paid.
That's correct.
Osho?
What made that particular dealership outstanding for you to choose that one?
Oshike esishe kuningifa kucha. Mongarasho. Oyo ike tandulo kuya ngeto holola negeta mhololo tuwae.
The first dealership I took John Pedro, I have a good relationship there since I bought. Prior to 2020, I bought about 2 cars. First one, it's a Polo that I bought for my baby mama. The other one is a car that I sourced for someone in Namibia. So in my mind, I was like, let me take him to this particular dealership since I have a good relationship with the salesperson there.
Ela kano lange opotitwale John Pedro pongarashoyo murakucha onua undinchi ondalanga munale etuwadiri mbali poni maketu nataka kita manga oshinibwa ni mashu inashinibwa ondalandela mo memo kana kange otua nde itivalio ndeilandela onumwe wokona mibi oshosha ningi fange kuchana ndimtwale ponelo poshashi ame no lanzifi owo ngarasho otunelo ngero ku.
And is that dealership the NMS where you bought this golf, where this golf was purchased?
Shala kuja ponelo po osho sekutwala po esimwakalanda po tuwayo.
The MNS motto really pushing of the first dealership that we went to. So this street is basically, there's about 20 dealerships in that one street, in that block.
Otuwayo taitumbulwa po otuwa yarandwa odashameike pamwe notuwa mumarandwa yo golf 7. Opena edo engarasheti hapu mostaratamu adilantifa edo.
And so are you saying they work together? So.
Doti kucha havalongere pamwe. Ilo vafa havalongere pamwe.
They don't work together.
Havalongere pamwe.
There is no point that the first dealership went to its enemies before where you found them yet to open.
Otakutua kucha ongarasha imali kuyotete oyo yatumbulwapo manga menyina vapatula.
Let me put it this way. The first dealership we went to is the dealership that I have a personal relationship, and then it was closed. Then while we there around that area, John Pedro, why wouldn't we just do window shopping? While since the business are closed, let's take a walk, park the car, and have a look.
Neisturenga hakucha. Oshiningwanima oshalingaha. Twafikapo neloko, twahanga vapata. Ndame ondeapo nedziladzilolo kucha. Tate Pedro, oshike itopaki ngotuwayo yopo. Nde hatuike madi, tuende ngoto dala na tango mengarashe dimwe etuwadidili.
So was NMS not amongst the dealership that you identified that you can use?
Ongarasho edinalota litumbulwapo. Kakwali ongarashe imwe aholola kucha otandulu okukalanda muyo.
For sure.
That's true.
And you say you were in that garage with Mr. Pedro?
Toti omaya mongarasho muli na Tate Pedro.
The first dealership page to Katango Tanga, then Atukala to Tala, looking around that area again for what he could find. Then when he spotted what he wanted to buy, he then said, okay, I think I'll prefer this dealership, let's wait until they open.
Oshima shisha ningwapo eshitwali atwende hatutara etua oshone Tate Pedro okwekea abeto korolo kucha no onduwete kucha ondamona mo otua ila hala na tukalena batutelele ndefyo tapaturu.
Yes, what I want you to clearly state is, at NMS, where you finally made the first purchase, where you with John Pedro there.
Oshima shimwenda hala utuyeli file na shoshe shikucha eshimwali konga shoyo yedina NFSO etaitumburwa eshine otuwayo tete akaranga owali ulipo na John Pedro pongara shoyo.
Correct.
Osho.
Who purchased the golf set?
Olialanda otuwayo golf
John Pedro.
okwali Tate John Pedro.
Do you know the currency that he used to buy the golf set?
Onambela eshivo lokucha eshalando tua okweilanda no imaliwa ilinga heri imaliwa ili
I don't know the currency.
ame kandine eshivo lo imaliwa oyalongifo bulando.
I did not know in which currency.
Okay.
Did you know if it was a cash transaction or an installment?
Oneshivo mbela kucha otuwayo oyakalando keshe ilo oyakufwa menjo ikali haifutwa kwa mwetu.
Yes, he did say he wanted to purchase a car cash, not installment.
No, yokwati okwala kulando tuwo keshe ite ilanda ikali haifutwa kwa mwetu.
And you have the witnesses from that leadership which is defined that they never make mention of the name John Pedro.
Ndove otoshi anjele na mumbangi okucha embangi odo daja kongara shoyo kwa kalandotua vomo mbangi wavo inavakopya kucha onsamane Tate Pedro okwalandotua ku
Over mentioning, who did they mention?
ova popya edina lali
Didn't hear us.
inandikuda.
The state is saying they didn't mention John Pedro. Who did they mention? I want to hear from your side. Who did they mention?
Nye otanti kucha ombangi inavapopya edina la John Pedro ovapopya edina lalyo ndala kuda kujilila kuoyo.
Your role is to answer my questions,
Shoye okunyamula mapolo ange
not the other way.
kucha nashikale shili ombinga.
What I'm saying to you is that the witnesses from that leadership never mentioned John Pedro. Did you hear that?
Amo haishitula kove kucha ombangi eye yapa yajilila okuhabulani fwetu okwapopya kucha ye inamona John Pedro talando otua or should they shite shipokilwe should
Yes, I heard.
on the should
If they transacted with John Pedro, why would they say they transacted with Collins in front of you?
nongenge o balandi fotua ku John Pedro oshike shibeke uila muteta batukucha otuwayo inaila ndo ku John Pedro tabishitwala kwa
Collins referring to you.
Obakapo ya kucha otua oyalandwa kolumenu edina Collins mara Collins ove.
If I've heard all the witnesses from M&S Motor who testified before court, the first one was a floor salesperson, which he said 2 African males came into the dealership, and that's what he saw. Then he called his sales manager, of which his sales manager called his boss, which his boss did a transaction with whoever that wanted to buy a car. That's what I heard.
Ngenge okutwala mumbandi wao kwalitanti umbandi owajilila kwa balandi fetu kwapokya kuchi efikololo tuwayala ndifwa okwaya obalumenu babali balawule bakalanda otuwa ndelene otuwaye halikane ilandwe okeshe ndele taufana oboso yae ongurunwa yeshe wataye hatufana manager then you go na manager tabelila ndifetu wakoshondo udaka.
The first witness from that dealership, Mr. 𝐬𝐻𝐾, said you entered the dealership, you were wearing shorts, you were alone at that time when you entered, you wanted a rescue, and you asked to keep 3 stacks of dollars in a drawer, and you went to the toilet.
Olumenu ou ayanje umbando owedina sholeto la tumburo apelo shokele okwapoke tati ove owajamoto ndeto ikuye eshiwaya kuye owali wajala omulukwa ikubi nde owayato inzile kucha oto indilolongi fokanjuo nde tokufa oshimaliwa oshoshali $100 nde toshitula mo drawer eyali opo yekwali tarandifile oshuda shwilo shuda
Yes, I heard.
onde shuda
Let's respond.
enyamukuro loyo latigipi.
Now my response is that when you go to that dealership, John Pedro, when they opened the dealership, John Pedro and one of his associates, they went inside, spoke to whoever that they spoke to, and then later on, he came because of the language barrier between him and this spokesperson to say, okay, because John Pedro is only fluent in Portuguese, assist me with English to speak to this man so that we can now do this transaction. That's when I came.
Oshimoshalinga hakucha olumendo wayatete mofitola munenge mungarashene shi okubakalande otuwa okwali John Pedro na wali naye ndomorwa elaka kakwalelu ndena wana wakwampiga elaka shashitate Pedro ohapopi ashike unene na oshikutu oshone okwakalu katea kwame tainzileke kucha ndiendika kwa fele opondika popigo shingirisa opobaka udafane shina kona chano kulando tuwa oponenda kajamo tuwa ndiye omomo fitola.
So now it suggests that you were part of the process because you interpret. If you were interpreting, you would be there from A to Z.
Nenali oshala kucha otoitale kucha na ninabe opo wali oshiningwani mashokulando tuweshi eshikwalita tashiningwa shala kucha ngengo kwali totoloka moshingirisa nenali oneko kukala ulipo kucha kitame kondifio pakoshi mashaka pwe.
I would not say I was part of, but yes, I did assist him to to translate from now the language to the English guy, to the Indian man.
Ititi kucha ondalipo kuja ketame kondifio bakasha kapwela iti kucha okondali ndakabatela shike okutoloka pokati kaye nonyo kwalite nani kopo.
Then help this of which currency was used to buy. Was you an interpreter there?
Hatwindile ubatele okote ine kucha imali we yalo ngifokulando tuwayo imali wa yali molo perilipi ngashina bopo wati.
So when the floor salesperson called his manager, the manager called his boss. We then went to a building, got 2 floors. The office of this boss is upstairs. And then I remained on the ground floor. He went up to seal his deal with the boss, with the owner of the dealership.
Eshani kwako oshikimu hakucha esho lanzifi akaufana ne onkulu wai opo oshiningwanima shokulando tuwashiwani fwepo o bobakati hapo dabaiko mbele wa kombada amendashala pedu apa kwalindili boba ya kombada pamwe nonkulunu o malandifilo oko bakani gomatokolo abo okolanda edu.
Mr. David, it is you who brought it up that there was a language barrier and you had to do it. That part that you're talking about was the most critical part of the transaction. How do you now relegate yourself to the other floor and not go and assist in with interpreting? That sounds suspicious.
Dr. David ove mwena wesheta peifa pochpo pyakucha obo wenge yashike uyungwa tele kombika yokutoloka shashobana kanyaka kwalibeli mditemo mepopi nde peifenga otoke fane donu ayo yauke opo akalando tuwa obo wengeno ulipo kwalio ongwatakani fipo katika ngwa fele kombika yokupopya elaka.
The part of interpreting was done. Eshva Bombada was actually just to do the transaction.
Oshiningwanima shokutoloka oshapwa eshi bakajapo baye kombele wa oyoyo pombata obayashike opo akafu.
Do you remember what was put to the witnesses about the purchase of those cars? Your legal representative to the state witnesses.
Ototi mrukambela kucha oshike chikwalisha durwa komesho yembangi sherikolelela komalando edwa.
Do you recall what was put there?
Ototi mruka kucha oshike chikwalisha durwa komesho abene komapulo oipopiwe ikwali tabapulwa ifikololo.
Yes, some stuff I do remember.
No, I dimbuluka.
One question that was put to 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐜𝐫𝐿 council was that the money referring to you, the money he referring to you, came with to purchase the car was from John Pedro and came with one of the guys he was with.
Okwa onlumeno hasim okwa popya kucha onlumenu owaleya na John Pedro otapo pine aukirila kole eshi John Pedro akalando tuwa okweyamo nonlumenu natango umwe meni omomo ngarashe skwalita tapuningwa o ekwatakandolo kulando tu.
Recall them.
What was it Dimburuka?
Yes, sir.
No, I Dimburuka.
That's contrary to what you're telling us today.
Then I pay for it. Or to Longoroshi Mashimoshiri. Pay finger.
What is different?
Eyo loko lili pen.
It was put to the witness that the money you brought to the dealership was given to you by John Pedro, which simply means you were buying a car on behalf of John Pedro was not even the dealership.
Odakutiwa Hasim ukwapopya kucha ove wentu aliloshimaliwa keshi John Pedro Hasimu okwamona ove watwala oshimaliwa eshishakala ndotu.
That's not correct.
There's a court
Hasho
We should not need to be very specific because according to the evidence there were various transactions. Now, if it's to say the money that you came, the person was told that the money that came with was from Don Pedro, it was with the other guy. You need to specify which transaction was it. Because as far as I'm concerned, he was dealing with the first transaction. Now it's simply covering the rest. I just need to be specific on which transactions he dealing with.
ohandi ndile kucha ngenge tapopi nenge taporoma pulona kala ukilila sasa kwali tapopi otuwayo tete ya kalandwa mara pife okwafangashi ahala okukwa bwanifa kucha okwafa anukila kushimashima ngenge tapopi kucha onu eke ya talando tuwa velina John Pedro edo shimaliwa dene nalio tapopi kucha oke ano shimaliwa katushibali kengo elandolo tuwayo tete iwe landolo tuletwa dikwa dakalandula.
Just a moment. Okay, the contract this was pushed. It was in general about all the six. It emanated from the question by Mr. Matala. The first question was with whom was it? One, two other people including it. And then there was a question, yes, it was sent by one person of Namibia that to a good salesperson. Then it was further said he was sent by this person to buy cars for him. This guy sent him as he has a business of selling cars between Namibia and Angola. The message, I hear that for the first time. And then there was a question that was also accused that we told you that he was a diamond dealer. We told him that. Then the next question to that witness was the money he came with to purchase the car was from John Pedro. And came with one of the guys he was with. So the question that I'm putting to the witness is from this assertion. This is what was told to the witness that the money that was brought to the dealership was a purchase by him on behalf of him.
Yeah, that was the question that was put to the witnesses. Maybe if there are specifics to say, geez, all 7 was not that, Mercedes Benz, Ford's, whatever, we will hear from him may answer this question. Because the version which was put to the witness was to the effect that in actual fact he was sent by to come and buy the cars for him. But now the court here that John Pedro was present, I don't know what with that in this fashion. He can answer to this one. If it was not for this, it was for another one, we will hear from him. You already answered to say no, it's not correct. It's not so.
Yes.
So you are saying the previous version that was put to the witnesses was incorrect.
Oshala kucha owoto chitile kucha
Can you ask? can't specifically keep this to golf 7 because we are at golf 7.
So, the golf 7, according to you are saying it was bought by John Pedro.
Otwayo golf 7 okutwala ng'ombe owatu yalandwa kutate John Pedro.
That's correct.
And the rest of the cars that were bought from enemies.
And etwatida kashikula kodakalandwako edidalandwa kongala shota ipopi wapo odakalandwa kule.
Also by him.
Na dodalandwa kule kuye.
I'm sorry, what is the answer?
Also by him.
Or also by John Pedro? All the other cars?
Yes.
Okay.
Then it means that it was incorrect when it was put to the witness that the money that you purchased the cars was from the factory. Because according to your version now, you never purchased a single car at enemies.
Nenare oshala kucha ninga hakucha mboli omapopi akwalita apopi wamo kucha ove waya ni mali watu kalanda etwa ponelo kota tapopiwa hasho shalingaho mboli ove etu odalandwa ku John Pedro shoto turombre bifenga.
That's correct. I've just assisted John Pedro and also give referrals to say, okay, if you tell me now, I'm looking for this car, then I'll say, I might have an idea where you might find this car. That's where now certain dealership comes in, then I will then refer him to, or calls will be made to the specific dealership for him to, if that car is available or not.
Ame ondali poike omukwatakani flipo katika ngena na tate John Pedro ngenga halanando tuwa anilombe kucha otwayo kongo ilingaha otodropi mona mongarashi ilingaha takudengwa na ndengo jinge ngotwayo poili ye tafutwe tu elotarande tuwatu.
No, what maybe I want to impress on you is this. When the witness was testifying, he said, you
said it was incorrect that it was put to the witness that the money you purchased the cars with was from John Pedro. He said, yeah, that is correct. He said that is correct. Maybe I can with your version. The version that put, or maybe we clarify. Do you agree with him when he said it was incorrect, when it was put to the witnesses, that Pedro gave you money and you are the one who bought these cars? Can you clarify? What do you mean when you say, yes, that is correct?
Uyanje oyelele nenge upatululilo banukucha ngenge toti eheno oshoshalinga onkalelipo oshibofotati o embangi eshiyaliyo oyapulwa ndeta ipopi kucha efikololo tuwe eshiyalandwa ove waya noshibali washo wapewa ku John Pedro ndetolande otua ponele ya John Pedro.
That's incorrect.
Osho hasho shalinga.
Yeah, which one? That's why I'm saying, can you clarify?
Oshone
What do you mean is incorrect?
Oshone takwindiro kucha. Ngenge hasho shalinga. Otodulu shifaturu rembera kucha.
The version that was put to the witness that you were buying this car for Pedro, he gave you money, you said is incorrect. Can you clarify?
Shifaturu kucha hasho shalinga hobe ino yao kwetima rwaja ku John Pedro landrotua. Otostulanga heli kyopo mutushikalesha shayela.
There was no money given to me by John Pedro.
Kapeni mali wanda pewa yaja kutate John Pedro.
Yes.
which means the earlier version was
Shala kucha epopioli nyalotete kalili monje.
And you also confirm that you do not know the type of cards that was used.
Ovenatango otoshikale lumbangi kucha kakwali une eshivo lo
That's correct.
And it is surprising because all the time you were here and you had the opportunity to consult the legal representative, but this question was again put to the investigating officer when he was present. Actually, number one was buying us. It was put to the officer.
Oshima shimosho shafa angalata shilimbilike kashono mora kuchefe mbali esho vanhu palitapo kisina kunasha tabapo kucha imaliwa yapewa nundilwa otete talandele John Pedro etuwa opo omowali ushudile sapo pinga mara ino kufa etokolo upopye nonkalelipo loya we kucha estapo kucha monda po shimaliwa hasho sharinga.
No, I did explain to my attorney to say yes, I did play a role to assist this man to purchase whatever vehicles that he is looking for. But I haven't seen money physically, or what he'll do is he will ask me, I'm looking for so car. Then once you call them and the car is available, they must give you a reference number. I will then pay for the vehicle. I'll send you the proof of payment. You go to the dealership and pick up the vehicle.
Amonda ondegeshi popya no karelipo wange kuja. Ani nandimo no shimaliwa ndapewa okuja kutate John Pedro. Ashiko shiningwanima ame eshi ndakal handi shilongo okukwata kani fake pokati konlandi na batabalandi fetu. Oshakani kwa hapo changeke tate John Pedro halokulando tu. Oye mwene hafudu tabeli dengere ngoti tatumi mali watapewa shike reference amataka dengera ngeke tati inda ko ngarashende tokatalo tuwa yo inakwana lo kufuta.
And it was further put to the investigating officer that by your counsel that the dollars used in the purchase of cars were not used.
Nadango Oshaka.
It was only to clarify if Joker knew the difference between US dollars.
Was it put or not?
It wasn't to say it was
No. My question is, was it put that way?
No.
I don't need any
It
clarity.
wasn't put that way.
If you dispute it was not put, you must say it was put. Don't clarify at this stage to say, no, we meant this and that. This is not the time to clarify for you. You will get an opportunity, even in raising arguments, during your arguments, to say what you meant. Was it put?
It was not put that way. It was not put that way.
Well, how was it put? Was it not said to the witness that dollars were not US dollars but were Namibian dollars? Mistake.
Maybe it's mistaken the part that I'm referring to. The question refers to not to Shauket at the dealership, but when it was put to the investigating officer by Mr. Mugabe, when he said the dollars used in the purchase of cars were Namibian dollars, and the response was that cannot be true. We did got 145,000 rands for 100 US dollars. If he was given Namibian dollars, he could have gotten 10,000. Since I am familiar with the exchange rate of rands and Namibian dollars, this was to the investigating officer, not to Shauket.
Well, I would not say let's go to record, but if you say here like that, you can put it, they would have to answer.
You will not say.
I would not request that we go back to the record.
Oh.
So, because it will just be a waste of the, but I can also
get on my record and see how it was put.
Okay.
It's not
Thank you.
You heard what I indicated to you about the Namibian dollars being used as it was put to the witness in the investigation.
Owauda ko ebulweni ndakula chinakonasha batine dola da Namibia dakalondwa walita chikulwa ombandiri ou ali ningo ukongi womuyelele ndakutuwa kucha imaliwe yakalondwa okwali dola da Namibia. No, they should.
I can't see it.
Ikandikuti tena wangenge tonyamukura.
Your question is, have I seen the Namibia dollar or the US dollar, of which I'm telling this court that I haven't seen, be it US dollar on that particular day, be it Namibian dollar. I haven't seen physical money there.
Ame efikuolo letu wadakarandwa. Inandimona oshimaliwa uchano oshalime dola da Namibia ilo kwali shalime dola da America. Oshimaliwa shobele fikolo inandimona oshimaliwa.
So it was incorrect that Namibian dollars were used, according to
Shala kucha kashirimo njila esa kutua kucha imaliwo dola da Namibia otaroki kwa kwalifiku. Okutwala kuobe.
I haven't seen Namibian dollar.
Inandimona dola da Namibia.
and was any G-Wagon Mercedes-Benz ever taken away from you in Rastman?
Opena otua Mercedes-Benz oyatuwako yakukwa kuole korasinde.
While she was at your mother's house?
Peumbola memory.
The car in question was taken, yes, but I am not in my presence.
Otua oyakakukwa no mara amekapa jindili.
Yes, it was parked in your mother's yard.
Otua hii okwali ya parkingwa Peumbola memory. Hasho.
Where was it taken from?
Oyakukwa yahandikwa ile.
The car was parked at house number 37.
Otua okwali ya parkingwa konomora yeungolola timbulu wako nokonelo yo ya timbulu.
House number 30?
37.
37.
Was that your house at the time?
Okwali eungolo ye etimbolo okwani kutu. Aha, we kakwali umolandi.
Whose house was that?
Kwali umolandi.
I used to own the house, then sold, and then my sister was the guy that bought the house for me. Since we have a close relationship, he then asked me to say, okay, do you have somebody who can take care of the house since I'm in Namibia, just to maintain, look after the house, which was my sister. So the car was parked in that house, but my sister was living there.
Eumbo olali lange nale etameko manga inanilandi kako nele nono walandane eumbolo wakaindila kutote kwa lonu o wakale hakalango elipone pe umboko nono wahangikwane elipope umboko okwayo kandenge kange shosho otua yakapakingirwa koneno.
We'll come back to this later on, but I want to understand this from what you just said. You're saying this house was bought by your sister?
Ohatukaishi shumina nale ondala kushimo shimashimo odoti eumbweli olalandwa okandengeko.
The house was not bought by my sister.
Eumbwina lilandwa kondenge yangi.
Okay. It was bought by you and you sold it. Is that correct?
Or when you were London, they were London.
That's correct.
After you've sold it, but you are the one who's using it.
When you may see where the land or what you don't give.
I was not using the house. Like I said, it was my house and a friend of mine. I sold this property to him. This man is based in Namibia full time, but frequently in and out of SA. So during that time, and then he said, I cannot, while I'm looking for someone to rent out the place, who do you know that can look after the place? I suggested my sister to stay there.
Shaningwako shilinga hakucha embondeli lani pako kaumekange ye kaumekange ono ihakalamo efibalishe omu moshilongo ohai koshilongo shachana bibi okakala ne takongo ngeno obahili okwahilite eungolo manga takongo ngamo wakopya kunane kucha oyembela omushi otatuku kalela kete ungo akali hatalelenge onele ame delilongela kucho ndinokandege kakuta kadimukele kakale peumbo shosho ndokandege kange kekelihanga keli peumbo.
Okay, we'll deal with this aspect later. You and Muputsotakalo village, you have known each other for a while.
Wakikeshalukira nalo chokoni maefimbo peitenga chalakucha ove nolumenu tate wila takalo o mwakala mweli shiva na luku jaboni.
That's why he even has this name for you, my guy.
Shosho mboli tate takalo tati o kaumekani.
And the content of the statement that he made, which was read out to the record since he was declared hostile by the state, indicates that on paragraph 5, I can remember that my guy had called me prior to the car show and inquired whether I can assist with transportation on the car show weekend, as he will be in Bila and needed transport.
Monshangwa watate takalo na tuye monshangwa onomoro onano kwa kopya kucha manga oshingwa ni macho chokulike tuwa odo dalita tuwa mobarambata kaumekanga kadengelange tachota kakumbwa erate lolo tuwa okuke mpafela otuwa hasho shalika.
Okay. Even though you say it's not correct, but do you realize that whatever unfolded that weekend confirms the state of affair that can be asserted to this statement that you had to meet transport?
Na ndenge nopeka ngahambe kuja hasho shalika onenge toshanye kuja hasho shalika mara oshilinga hakuja oshilingwa nima eshikwalita shilingwa moshibiko shone mobafikuo kwali oshilingwa nima asho osho shoko kasho tasi okwali uliko uno omungwe yokubongoto.
I do not know how to answer it, but prior to the show, do not call me regarding transportation of insult.
Ame itishiva okunyamukula ekulolilinga ashike itatiti muruka manga okwani masho shefi watabulikwa ndidengele tate wila takalo kucha kuhandika kongotu.
And am I correct that you do not even call each other about meeting at the passion?
Dena dango jala kucha oshirimo njila ngenge hatubacha kucha nyeina muni dengela shanande nande kucha otaka shake na kushingwa ni masho shetu wataduli osho.
And the result of you and him meeting there supports what he said in his statement, because you ended up needing transport from him. And he could not have predicted that you would have a breakdown or that you would not have a car, because he didn't even know he was coming to meet you.
The Ogutwala Moma Potoi, Eshiako, Tashiti Oshimasho, or Hatuti Oshimasho, or Shoshari Shani Washiru Morocho. Kapenon Muta Potega Ucha, or a windy or two, and a blooming or to talk about to one. The Oshimata Shinwake, if you call already Shibokucha, or Tokea, or Tokakumbotua, and the Oshima, Tashka Kalakucha, Ashishosha, Oshakani, Washaka, and Kashi Shiko.
Like I said, prior to the show, we did not have a conversation with Willie regarding any transportation of any sort. So, to answer your question right, Willie is the one who in the space to answer the question, because I did not know.
Kazinatele Kalakucha Kucha. Amen. It didn't look at that the Willa Jacalo. Opo nidinge ukufomatika tekokukomba okuwa ashike enyamukulolo ndokutakatabila takalo okuliko ndodoliwa okukunyamukula ekokyolo akotya.
So are you saying that you want this court to believe that it was just a prediction on the part of Willie that you will have a transport dilemma which would require his assistance?
Oshaka kucha okowahala se twitabele nokutambulako ekitotulombera kakucha osho oshayiko oshikotiwa nengo shimatiradirwa nango kulikutate wilatakalo kucha ogotoka kalauna uju ne pungo lotuwa ndekashikani kwambashi eshikoti.
I'm not saying that we should believe them, but I'm telling the court what happened, what transpired, that we do.
Ame itandidi kucha ohofa na ishitambuleko nenge nawe ishitabele ashike amuhai kopi oshiri sheribolelela komafiko oshimigwani masho.
And the further said in paragraph 8, my guy had paid me 700 to assist with transport and told me that they will call if they need assistance.
Ndele okoko kanishangwa wakati hetatu wakati kiatati kaumekange akafutange oshimaliwa oshoshatungo wako ndeleye okwaloperange kucha ohaike kudengela koni mefimbo ngenge ndakubwa ivatelo valiloye.
This relates to the trip to Femen Club that you had asked him to take to Femen Club. Do you know about this transaction of 700 rand?
Eshi natukoke mutukucha efimbweli katikucha wemwingila entwale kofengen krali ndetomko shimali washo shomafereli yaheyali oneshivo lo shimali washo shomafereli yaheyali.
I do not remember how much the exact amount that was agreed upon to transport these two brothers to Femen, but there was a fee to be paid.
Itandidi mbukanana oshimaliwa kucha okishali ingati eyakulwa okutindikelo vanhu vatwale kofengen krali ashike oneshivo kucha okalitene udafani lo shimaliwa akumufutu.
Is it yourself who paid it?
Over the Washington.
Well, I understand you don't remember the amount, but is it you who made the payment to him?
On would tell to kucha ito zimbuluka kuchimaliwa oyali ingati. Oya futa oshimali washi obewa futa ilo numwafu.
I don't remember.
Itandidi mlukanana kucha owa futa oshimali washi okwayani ilo vanhu abadali now.
So it means you want to dispute what he said, that you paid.
Shala kucha itobiwa kushanya kucha ye wati obo obewe mfuta. Ohandishani.
And on paragraph 9, it says, on the Sunday, 9 February, I was called by my guy who said that I must come collect them as they wanted transport to Johannesburg. Is that correct?
The Omafiku, Ongengo Raipedu, Natango, Shamoy, Opatimaki, Moy, Opatino Sola, how Mekanga, the Gerange, the Latina, the Battle of Rally, and the Battle Poneloyo, Yajuve. No?
And that's when he went to Rustenburg and subsequently to,
Omaja, Mokai, for us and the Tanaka no Europea of Benin. No?
And paragraph 13. It said that after the purchase of the Golf 7 GTI, it states that now that they transport, they said I could go home and they will drive further with this car. You know of that?
Njele wakatwikila natango takotukuchi onyimayashi mwakalando tuwayo Golf 7 ishimwamano kuikuta ye owo wenongera kuti nashunya eke umbo ngachipe ifitoka kungwa bali ematerolae ngachipe ifo una otuwayo yemwene otoshidibuluka shote shikokingawo. Itidimburuka ndachakuto ndinotuwayange okumwene mari kudimburuka takopi.
Yes, he said we had transport, not that you said now that we have transport you can go. That's when he was
released. Nakumbukeni ngakucha wakati kucha peite ngaha unotu nanenge nokaitiyo eneo yomene mara wakati peiko unotu.
And he went further to say, I heard the three talking their language, and then the one that stayed behind in my car took out cash from inside the. And at this point, I noticed that it was 3 packs of US dollars. They told me that one pack was 10,000 US dollars. You know about that?
Yeah, what you love about that, why do you allow the men to play that? Okwalita akopimela kalamu nde umowa akashala motuwa pamwenana ndelo wakashala motuwa okwakatulula konjatoli moyo yali nimali ashike njatwaki shodo na tudali motuwa leshe monjato mali muno shimali washo shali $1 nde okwalomulange kuti kesho njato oina oimali wayo ifike komayo yelo longo $1 America. Itandiki buluka ekodyolilinga.
If you don't remember, you are not saying it never happened.
Ngenge ito dimbuluka itashiti inashinigo.
I'm sorry?
It didn't happen.
Inashiningwa oshoiki kucha inashiningwa kwenye shoshalila.
You know a 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐽.
Owishi on wejinawekali dongwako 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐽. Non dinchi.
Did you hear him confirming what is in this statement of Willington?
Owemuda eshinaye tandumba kikucha eshisha kopi wa statement ya Wilaji oshoshalinga.
As he said, that is the one who assisted Willington to have the first $10,000 converted into rands and got 245,000.
Shashiwa kopya kucha yenayo kunechivo loimali wayo yali $1 shashi yoye ekubatela obo ashenje $1 diuye imali wayo ya South Africa ndetakapewa ofudo yaye imali wayo yafika omayolezelo $48. Non-deshuda.
And he even confirmed that for the second time he again assisted Willage who converted another $10,000 for 155,000.
Ndena tango owauda echakabuja kucha. Yena tango owakakwafela tatsewila jakalo owakashenje imali wayo yali ifike komayo longo $1 da America yakashenja ngetapewa omayo yefere no $40.
Yes, I've heard that, but I was not part of their changing of whatever US dollar. That could be between us. I wasn't
Nontaishuda okucheike kucha ame kakwali ndilipo echikwalo chimugwani macho chokushenja imaliwa $1 kalishenjwa bapewa imaliwa $1.
And
You can shift to this side. There's a problem with this side. Can you adjust? Thank you.
And you can confirm that there is no bad blood between you and him.
Odoshi kalelumba ngikuja nye inamuli pamba na tate Willard Takala.
Dead blood meaning?
Tweli pamba ngali
That you are not in bad terms but in good terms.
okucha kakwali tamulu nando okuli kakwali munana ndodobe pokatikeni nye okwali muli boka umu.
No, there's no reason for me to be.
Can you speak louder, please?
There's no reason for me to be in bad terms. It will be good. It's fine. There's no issues between me and you.
Kakwali tuna ujuko katikanje na Willard Takala.
Will one describe it correctly that you are afraid?
Chala kucha ngenga tushtula na wakucha ove na tate Willard Takala nyoko umi.
We are not friends. Really, it's somebody that I know.
Katu fyoko ume tate Willard ono nishi.
English, may I request to proceed with my cross-examination tomorrow? Yes.
Tomorrow, do we have?
Oh, on Friday.
Is it tomorrow we have it?
On Friday. On Friday.
Today is the
Third.
it's Wednesday. I thought it's Friday.
Coming on Friday the 5th.
and the 12th.
And the
Oh, I think it's Friday. Today is the 3rd.
3rd.
Oh. Friday the 5th. And also the 12th. I thought it was Friday. Mr. David, you stand up. You are still under oath to understand.
Today, where were you detained?
The police station.
Police station. You came yesterday.
No, in the police station.
It is now 25 to 4, and this matter is postponed until the 5th of June this year for further trial. Friday, you're still in custody number 2 and 3 on extended bail. All that person is called failure to come wherever for arrest authorized against you, pay money for failure to stay.
Opone olimopasho cha umuliro wa komesho yomumati kweli atano omwendo ngao chala kutene titano olundiro odede natambo uli mpemango nolundiro nzibali nonjitatu omuliko nje nombeila ashiko mahali kama netitano etata lomuntu opone ngenge ndinamoloka tanga kuminwa obapolitiko komukamangu noshimalo shamafoto beili itasikamanigo tashayamekanyo omushudite yes.
Thank you.
Babandura.
Congratulations.
All right.